I am Sajjad and I am Limitless. I love cycling because it gives me the platform to compete against my peers at the same level and give me the chance to explore places I wouldn't normally go to. If you haven't picked up your bike in a long time, go up and pick it up. The euphoria and the great feeling that you'll get and the freedom you'll feel is just one of a kind. Introducing Limitless, the British Cycling, Disability and Paracycling program. More clubs, more facilities, more opportunities for disabled riders.
Most of us have been brought up with the idea that we live in a society that's got to protect us when things go wrong. And it's a real hard landing when people realise that they're not going to get the kind of support that they had always assumed was there for them. Lead A was always set up to take on David and Goliath kind of battles, and we're all really keen to provide as much help as we can to those who need it.
Hello, welcome along. Thanks for joining us. It's day 3 of the British Cycling Track National Championships here from the ancestral home of British cycling, the Manchester Velodrome. I'm Marty McDonald. Thanks for your company. We are live on our live stream this afternoon, and you are in for an absolute treat. What a championships we have had so far. This afternoon, you will have men's paracycling tandem action for our blind visually impaired riders. An absolute humdinger of a final, you've got to say. James Ball, piloted by Stefan Lloyd, up against Neil Fackie and Matt Rotherham, with the Paracycling World Championships just a month away. Well, the riders here looking to hone their form, ready for that. We'll then move on to our men's team pursuit finals. We will then have our Paracycling mixed team sprint final for our C1 to 5 categories. Do not miss that. We have the teams, and they've given themselves some great names. We've got the Justice League up against the Incredibles for the fight off for the bronze, and then we have the Avengers up against the Guardians of the Galaxy. It was super tight in qualification. We'll see what they can do in the final, that para mixed team sprint. World Championship event as well, silver medal in Glasgow last year for that team. We'll have a women's Keirin action. We will then have the men's scratch race final, the men's Keirin competition, and we have got a stacked field in that one, a huge group of riders that we've got to whittle down to the finals in that one. And then we also have the women's points finals. And if our qualification this morning is anything to go by, we are in for an absolute treat in the points race finals. We had right, Frankie Hall lapping the field in one of the heats. And we are also seeing, which is the essence of these national championships, because club riders, amateur riders can come in, give these national championships and go up against some of the best track riders in the world. And we are seeing some real emerging talents coming through, especially in the women's endurance categories. So we'll see, can anyone take a surprise medal in these championships? We've also had some real big comebacks this weekend. The men's elite title championship, Pete Mitchell coming back at 34 and taking the men's sprint. He'll be in action in the Keirin as well, and he just seems a kind of man with huge ambitions now coming back into his racing. But before we get going, let's go down and join Charlene Jones.
Hello again. I am in the track centre, standing on the top step of the podium, where we are going to crown more British national champions tonight. Many riders will be aiming to stand on this top step. As you can see down in the track centre, our riders are getting warmed up. It'll be some of their first national championships, having a crowd here. So they're warming up. I think we should get you warmed up. Okay, so we're going to have a little competition between, if you're competitive, get involved, okay? Home straight, we're going to cheer as loud as you can, and then we're going to do a back straight, and then we'll go all together. So after the count of 3, we're going to start with the home straight, just to be clear. Make sure the riders hear you, because it's the last session. They've been riding all weekend. After the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, home straight! Okay, back straight. I think we can do a little bit better than that. 3, 2, 1, back straight. Let me hear you. Okay, okay. Let's go all together. Let the riders hear you. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Okay, I'm going to come back later and make sure you're a little bit warmer than that, but brilliant. Don't go too far. If you're grabbing your drinks, your snacks, get back to your seat. We're so close to racing starting with the tandem sprint, and we're going to see some match sprinting.
Thanks, Charlene. We are a couple of minutes away now from racing here this afternoon. So the riders just going through their final preparation, getting ready for some match sprinting. Best of 3 in our final. So we have our ride-off for the bronze, and we will have our ride-off for the gold medal. So if you've never seen tandem sprinting before, it is something to behold. And what you got to say, what a classy final and bronze medal ride-offs we've got here this afternoon in action. We've got the current crop of amazing tandem riders, but also Mason Bradley, who's riding for the bronze medal, a real exciting up-and-coming young star who's coming through in these championships, and with pilot Sean Slay taking a medal last year. Can they take a medal again this year? It is going to be exciting. Tandemonium we call it in track cycling. And make no mistake, if you've never seen track sprinting on the tandems, the amount of power, the amount of skill that it takes and strength to hold these tandems down on a 250-meter indoor track is just something incredible. So we are going to start off with the first ride in the ride-off for the bronze medal. Best of 3, as we say. So you want to try and take it in 2 straight rides if you can. For the riders in these finals, in these ride-off for the medals, it's not too much because they haven't got a ride afterwards. Sometimes you're coming through those qualification rounds, you just want to get it done in 2. But yes, best of 3. So coming up on to the track is Mason Bradley, 16 years old, wearing number 14. And the tandems for our blind and visually impaired riders in our paracycling program. And Mason Bradley and Sean Slay, you go to the different ends of the age spectrum, and they sent us some info themselves. 51 is Sean Slay, and we saw the early rounds from these two, and they went for it against Neil Facky and Matt Rotherham. They would be that time. We talk about paracycling royalty, and you've got to say definitely Neil Facky being one of those. Mason Bradley taking a silver medal in the sprint last year, bronze in the kilometre time trial. And they are up against Thomas Wing and his pilot, Josh Dunham. Last year's winners. And Mason, saying himself, he believes he's the youngest stoker. And the stoker, if you're new to track cycling, is the name we give to the rider on the back of the tandem. He believes he's the youngest stoker to have raced the national championships in the MB category. Made his debut last year at 15 years old, and switching now to be piloted by Sean Slay. They are quite a pairing, the Born to Bike race team riders. And you can see, if you're new to the track sprinting, you're happening across our live stream here, the sprint, whether it's a tandem sprint or a match sprint, while it finishes as one of the fastest races on the track, generally starts as one of the slowest. And you can see here we're almost down to the pace of, we haven't had any track stands yet on the tandems. Again, that would imagine the skill that it would take to track stand on the tandem. But you can see Thomas Wing, Josh Dunham, just stalking that tandem in front of them. They're looking for that inside line here. Oh, and they got it. And if you get that inside line, you can see it's getting physical out here. They opened the door just a little bit too much there to the tandem of Tom Wing and Josh Dunham, and it means that Mason Bradley and Sean Slay have got to come the long way round on the tandem. And they're into that slipstream, and it's going to be first ride here to Thomas Wing and Josh Dunham. And for Mason Bradley and Sean Slay, they were playing that one perfectly. And you can see with that ride, in terms of the maneuverability of a tandem on this track, that was that moment there just before they dropped down. And you've got to come the long way round. It was definitely getting spicy, wasn't it? Sharpen those elbows in these match sprint competitions. So there you have it, best of 3. But Thomas Wing and Josh Dunham, they take the first one. For Mason Bradley and Sean Slay, it's kind of back to the drawing board a little bit, head down into the track centre, talk to the coach and think, okay, how are we going to play this one in the next round? Because they've definitely got the acceleration, they've definitely got that power. They've just got to use it in the right way, and perhaps just open the door just a little bit too much. And once your opponent is through and into that sprinter's line, you've got to come the long way round. So some brave riding as well we saw from Thomas Wing and Josh Dunham, just diving down that inside and really fighting to hold that inside line. The rainbow jerseys are about to roll out onto the track. And I had a bit of a chat with Neil Facky in the track centre. And saying himself, final competition in his 30s for Neil Facky. But you talk to Neil and you can tell just how much he's just loving his racing and aiming for the Paralympics this summer. 2 Paralympic gold medals, 18 of those rainbow jerseys that he's got in the wardrobe over the years. And he'll be looking to add another Paralympic gold in Paris this summer on these riders, building up for that. We're a month out from the World Championships in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And they're up against James Ball, 5 times world champion, 6 times a silver medalist. Took a Commonwealth Games golds in Birmingham. So Stefan Lloyd is his pilot. And Stefan Lloyd crossing over from rugby for the Welsh tandem. And Neil was really, we were having, as I said, I had a bit of a chat with him. He was looking forward to this battle with James Ball and Stefan Lloyd, because they're on some good form of the Welsh pair. And you can see the skill of these sprinters, accelerating forward, looking back over the shoulder. Facky and Rotherham get some height. Ball and Lloyd drop down, 1 lap to go. Good power from the Welsh tandem. Into the slipstream are the world champions in those rainbow jerseys. They are up alongside, but they have got to go the long way round. This is the battle that we were looking for, and the first ride goes to the Welsh tandem, James Ball and Stefan Lloyd. The battle that we were hoping for in these national championships comes to fruition. The big challenge is thrown down by the Welshmen to the world champions. It is 1-0. So that tells us we are in for a treat here in Manchester this afternoon with the tandem sprinting. Great sprint there. Neil Facky, Matt Rotherham. There'll be a lot of discussion now about how are they going to take this one. Are they going to have to take it on from the front in the next ride? So first rides go to Thomas Wing, Josh Dunham in the battle for the bronze. In the battle for the gold, James Ball, Stefan Lloyd take that one. We're going to move on to men's Keirin. If you love your sprinting. And we have 6 heats in total in the men's Keirin. We're going to move on to men's Keirin and 6 heats. And the progression, the first rider in each heat qualifies for the semi-finals. The remaining riders go into the repechage. So the Derny is out on the track. And in heat 1, we have wearing number 24, Jacob Davies from PDQ. We have Zach Green from Hub, Luke McCormick from ESV Manchester. That's those blue and green colours. Alexander Morgan from Maindy Flyers. We have Ryan Phillips from Damasio and Jack Wybrow from Black Line. Those are the riders that are lining up.
And they're off, getting into position behind the Derny. They have to start in the position that they started on the pursuit line.
So rolling away. And the riders, they draw for position. You have to draw lots in the track centre. It used to be cards. It's now a tablet. We now use an iPad, don't we?
Yeah, it's all technology now. No more drawing cards.
So just rolling out on the front. Ryan Phillips from Damasio.
There are a lot of riders in this heat, and when the Derny is going to come off now with 3 laps to go, all the riders are going to be looking around thinking who's going to make that first move. If you're in first position, you're not going to want to swing up the track. You're going to stay down, hold that position, not expend too much energy, but we've got a rider coming round the top.
Yeah, Jack Wybrow launches it over the top. You come around with 2 laps to go. This time, Niall Monks moves up. So Niall Monks already success in these championships. So it's pressure on, first rider through. So you've definitely with 1 rider qualifying for the next round. And it's Niall Monks that's making no mistake here. He's going to come round and take that one. A real dominant performance, you would say, from Niall Monks in that one.
Definitely. We had Jack Wybrow coming across the line in second, but it's only the first rider that qualifies, so great ride there from Niall Monks.
So if you're going to take it convincingly. You don't want to make any mistakes there, and that's what he did. And that's it, isn't it? You know, if you can really ride like that, maybe a little bit more power expenditure, but when it's only 1 rider through,
yeah,
it's 1 less ride. There's your results. So Niall Monks, Jack Wybrow, Ryan Phillips, Alexander Morgan, Luke McCormick, Jacob Davies and Zach Green is your order. Monks is through. The rest of the riders go into the repechage. And if you need to track cycling, the repechage is our sort of second chance saloon to come back into racing.
Yes, it's, I guess, the race that you don't want to be in because you'll have an extra ride in your legs. And at this point in the competition, day 3, they've already done the sprint. They might have done the team sprint, even the kilometre. And it was actually Niall Monks who won the kilometre yesterday, the kilometre time trial. So we know that he's got a long sprint, and he showed his strengths there.
So riders just getting themselves lined up on the track.
Just in your view on the screen there, we had a close-up of the youngest rider. The youngest rider who's racing the Keirin, 16 years old. Riding a senior championships in the Keirin. You've got to have a lot of guts, so be interesting to see how he gets on.
Yeah, from Otley CC. 7 riders as well.
7 riders.
looks like a bunch race. Turning. So there we have it. That just shows, though, as well, the growth of sprinting and how big the fields are that we've got to whittle down here, because we've got 6 heats in total.
Yeah, it's a race that everyone likes to get stuck into. It's the final race of the championships in terms of sprinting, and everyone wants to give it a go. You select big gears because you're getting taken up to speed from the Downey, and you're not slowing too much down. You're not slowing down too much after the Downey peels off, so you can afford to have a bigger gear. Not too much reaction.
Still in order, so Marcus Hiley on the back of the bike, Tom Morrison from ESV Manchester, still Lyle Craig, third wheel there, Edward Baker from the University of Bath, Archie Gill in the blue, Votley CC, Jonah Jenkins of Blackline, and Will Flatow from Hoob. That is the order. It's still Marcus Hiley on the front now. Over the top, though, comes Jonah Jenkins of Team Blackline. Marcus Hiley, another rider that was in action in our other sprint races so far. Lyle Craig, we know, is on some great form in these championships. Tom Morrissey starting to come over the top, but it's the man from Glasgow Track Racing Club, Lyle Craig, now presses on. 1 lap to go. Lyle Craig into that last lap, and you can see Marcus Hiley in that slipstream. Can he get over the top? Craig holding the front. Remember, it's one rider that goes through, and it is going to be the second rider from Glasgow that makes it straight through in the competition. Lyle Craig, great power on the front there, Charlene.
68.46 kilometers an hour there. Absolutely perfect ride, perfectly ridden ride there by Lyle Craig, and securely gets his space into the next round.
So you just saw there Archie Gill as well, Otley moving up. So there you have it, Lyle Craig going straight through.
That's both riders from the Glasgow Track Racing Club through, and you wonder if it's their coach, Jonathan Mitchell, who's now going to move into his role into the Belgian national sprint track cycling team coach, last outing with the team.
Next up, Jeremy Franks, Harry Ledingham-Horn, Harry Leeson, Philip Lomas, Harvey McNaughton, Pete Mitchell, and Noah Woodhouse is our next heat. Wow, what heat.
What a heat.
We've got, if we're talking heavy hitters, this is a heat for it, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to be in this heat.
So Pete Mitchell has drawn number 1. Jeremy Franks, it looks like, from the Glasgow Track Racing Club, that is lining up second wheel. Then next up, Philip Lomas is third rider up the track. Then from the Wales Racing Academy, Harvey McNaughton. Looks like he's the 4th rider up the track. No, it's Harry Ledingham-Horn, number 4. Number 5 in the red, Harvey McNaughton. Then for SES Racing, Harry Leeson is number 6 on the track. And then Noah Woodhouse from Hoob BCC Racing Team is at the top of the track, wearing number 134. But it's Pete Mitchell that's going to lead out. And the elite sprint champ, we know what Pete Mitchell's doing, 34 years old, comeback kid.
Yeah.
And he's got the power to, I was thinking this, Pete's going to want to ride this one from the front.
Yeah.
Harry Ledingham-Horn, last year's elite sprint champ. As we said, this is the new elite sprint champ, last year's elite sprint champ. So as well, you know, Glasgow, Jeremy Franks, the Glasgow team come in this with some great form as well. They've taken the first 2 heats. How would you be approaching this one?
Yeah, proactive rather than reactive. So basically making the move first. It doesn't necessarily have to be the winning move, but a move in terms of, unless Pete's going to want to stay at the front, perhaps let someone overtake him, a little gap there, but it's difficult because there's a lot of jostling that goes on at the front of a race. But if Pete can keep the pace high, then he stays out of that trouble, and it'll start to happen at the back. Like you see Noah Woodhouse starting to come round the outside. Pete Mitchell at the front, keeping the pace high, looking round his right shoulder, letting everyone jostle for positions behind. 2 laps to go now. It's still a fair way in a sprint.
There is indeed.
Starting to put the power down.
So Pete Mitchell's got the front. He's going to go long here, and you can see Jeremy Franks gets in the wheel, but look at the gap that Mitchell has opened up. Franks is in the slipstream of the Black Line Racing rider into that back straight. Remember, first rider is through. It means that everyone is having to use a big amount of power, and it is the elite sprint champ, Pete Mitchell. We said he would want to ride it from the front, and that is the tactic that he adopted. Jeremy Franks had kind of hitched his wagon to the express train of Pete Mitchell that was leaving the station, but didn't manage to come past him.
Yeah. It's difficult when the speed has been increased so much after the Dernier's peeled off. Pete didn't really come off the gas, which sometimes we see allowing moves to come from the back of the field, but he raced well there, keeping ahead and power down on the pedals, staying ahead of the field.
And also, riding that one from the front, there's a confirmation. Pete Mitchell goes straight through. Jeremy Franks, Harry Ledingham-Horn, Harvey McNaughton, Harry Leeson, Noah Woodhouse, Philip Lomas are going to have to come back through the repechage. But there's that trade-off there, isn't there? The speed, the power that Pete Mitchell had to use there against having to go all out again.
Yeah, definitely. He was holding the pace high at the front, but you could tell he just had that little something in his legs just to have that second kick. Knew that someone was going to try and come round him, and just left it to the back straight to make his final effort so that could secure his place the next round. Nice
work. We're going to move on to Heat 4. So, Heat 4. So at the bottom of the track, in those University of Bath colours, is Daniel Crease. Then next up is Lewis Arthur for Glasgow. And then we go to our Wales Racing Academy rider. It's got the Team Wales rider. It's the Abergavenny Road Club. Thomas is Joseph Collett. Next up in the green, white and gold of Team Inspired is Hayden Norris from Team Enhanced. In 5th is Oliver Pettifer. Then going up 1 is Thomas Boyd in those blue and green colours from ESV Manchester, and then Jack Pearson at the top of the track for Hub BCC. So rolling out the Derny. Paul Curran on the Derny, another British cycling legend, Paul Curran.
It's funny being in the...
Mechanical.
Oh, we've got mechanical.
Oh, man down. Nice
Lewis
save.
Stewart saved
Almost
it there.
2 men down there.
Loud cheer from the crowds. Just congratulating Lewis Stewart there on staying up.
Yeah. Lewis Arthur just had a bit of a mechanical. It happens,
yes,
doesn't it? Now we reset.
Yeah,
but
reset.
it also for anyone that's tuning in that might be new to track cycling, it shows just how tight you're held in there, because those feet aren't coming out.
No, there's definitely something going on with the bike here. So I think he slipped the back wheel. Maybe it wasn't tight. The wheel wasn't tight enough in the.
Yeah, forget your torque wrench when you're talking tightening in your sprinters' wheels, isn't it? You've got to put, you've got to put enough power into that to stop that moving, because there is a huge amount of power going through the back wheel from a sprinter.
Yeah, lots of power.
It's tighten it till your eyes water, isn't it? Generally.
Yeah.
So they're just going to get his bike sorted while we roll round and reset. But thanks for your company today. If you're just getting on board with our coverage, it is the final session of the British Track National Championships here in Manchester. Martin McDonald and Charlene Jones with you this afternoon. And Charlene, this was your event, the Keirin. The Keirin is an event that track fans around the world just love.
Yeah, absolutely loved racing the Keirin at the Nationals here in Manchester, and it's just an event that you can get stuck in with. You have to have no fear for it, because it's a lot of riders on the track that are going very fast, and it's the Derny gets you up to pace, and then it's almost like yes, the end of a bunch race essentially, but faster because riders are on bigger gears. So it's really exciting, and looking forward to seeing both the men and the women fight for the title today.
Indeed. So last year's Keirin, it was Hamish Turnbull from Jack Carlin, Niall Monks, Marcus Hiley, Harry Lenningham-Hoare, Lewis Arthur, Matt Rotherham, Hayden Norris, Oliver Alou and Benjamin Gill was our top 10 in the Keirin National Champs.
No Pete Mitchell.
No. So that's it,
Wasn't racing.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. We think through national champs and over the years. Remember Jess Crampton coming into nationals, and just springing a real surprise in championship finals, taking back-to-back national titles in her career as well. And that's what we are seeing pretty much over those last 3 days, the essence of that national championship.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see all the riders, all different ages, take part, all different levels of professionalism. Amateur, novice, juniors, elites, seniors, podium on the British cycling team, some ex-world champions, champions.
If we look back even over the last decade, Jess Varnish back-to-back wins 2013-14, Katie Marchant in 2015, Sophie Capewell, then, as I mentioned, Jess Crampton 2018-2019, Lauren Bell, Ellie Stone, Emma Finucane. So this is one event. This is an event that every sprinter wants to win, isn't it? The national Keirin title.
Yeah, it's a fun race if you don't think about how dangerous it can be, because it's so fast, so many sprinters on the track. But that's the thrill of it. That's the thrill of bunch racing. It's essentially a bunch race for sprinters. Scary stuff, but very exciting to watch and to race.
Yes, we love the Keirin.
Love it. This is heat number 5 now.
Yes, we're going to put heat 5 out, then we'll go back to heat 4. So while they sort out the bike of Lewis Arthur. So up in this heat, at the bottom of the track from D-side Thistle is Isaac Small. We've got Bo Mayer, second wheel from Enhanced, then Aaron Pope from the University of Exeter. You've got 2 riders from the Glasgow Track Racing Club. You've got Adam Murray, who's rider 5. We've also got in then Bram Otwell from Hub and Edward Selwood from the Mid-Devon CC.
It's interesting when you've got a teammate in the Keirin as well. I mean, you're not supposed to do any teamwork, and it's national championships. You want to be getting through to the next round yourself, but I wonder if they've had a little chat at the start. That's the thing with the nationals. You can have
Adam Murray's on the purple bike as well for the Glasgow Track Racing Club. Loving that. You love a purple bike. Bit of colour.
Yeah. We were talking, we've not seen that many colourful bikes at the championships. Black is sleek, and I think it looks, it does look fast, doesn't it?
Black is stealthy, isn't it? The Derny pulls off, Paul Current pulls away. It's Isaac Small on the front in the green and white of D-side Thistle. And remember, it's one rider that goes through, James Ross, through to the front. They're going to see 2 laps to go. And it is a big drag race that we're going to have here. Bo Mayer from Enhanced in those white and silver colours now over the top. A big move now coming over the top from Adam Murray. Adam Murray gets some good height, comes alongside Bo Mayer here into the back straight, trying to punch their way through that gap there from Hub. He just finds a way through, comes up over the top, but it's Bo Mayer that holds on to take that one.
Well, that's what Keirin races is all about. Getting the elbows out and jostling for those positions as you're coming round into the home straight. It all depends on whether it's legal or not. But we'll soon, if it's not, we'll keep you updated. But yeah.
We'll just have a look.
Exciting,
here.
Yeah.
Just take us through it.
Okay, so Rider 91 there trying to go where there was no gap, created a slingshot effect up the track. I'm not sure.
Not sure he's going to. It's a bold strategy, Charlene. I'm not sure he's going to get away with it. But it's kind of the sledgehammer pass, as we call it sometimes. You're kind of wrestling your way through to the front, isn't it? You're kind of almost with your elbows, with your shoulders, you're tickling the rider alongside you, just going, hey,
he's like,
I'm here, I'm coming through.
I'm boxed in, but I'm trying to get out. I'm boxed in, but I want to get out. As it stands.
There you have it. So Bo Mayer from Bram Ottewell, Adam Murray, Isaac Small, Edward Selwood, Aaron Pope and Ross James is your order. Bo Mayer going straight through. And we're just speculating on whether the commissaires are going to have a cheeky look at that one, but you never know. We're going back to Heat 4. We had Lewis Arthur, who had his slight issue on the start gates, out of the start gates. So we're resetting. Riders just making their way up onto the track for the restart of Heat 4 in the men's Keirin first round. So remember, keep it right here, all the way through action. You've got about a good 4 hours worth of track racing, live track cycling coming to you here from the Medal Factory at the Manchester Velodrome. So just, if you're in between races, grab your track cycling appropriate snacks at home, get ready, you can get settled in. There's nowhere else you want to be. You're going to have a huge amount of entertainment this afternoon. But we have, at the bottom of the track, Daniel Crease from the University of Bath, Lewis Arthur, wearing 5 in those white, purple and navy colours of the Glasgow Track Racing Club. Joseph Collett from the Abergavenny Road Club in the red from Team Wales. Hayden Norris in the green, white and gold of Team Inspired. Oliver Pettifer in the silver, white and black colours of Team Enhanced. Then you have Thomas Boyd in the multi-blue and green kit from ESV Manchester. And then you have Jack Pearson at the top of the track in those red, white and blue colours, wearing number 93 from Hub BCC.
This was the best time to be in the line of the Keirin, just when you're building up, feeling relaxed. The tension's not building yet. The pace is still quite low. I remember it's all of a sudden, like the pace just increases and you're like, okay, the Derny's going to peel off and you're going to be fighting it out for the win.
Oh, indeed, they're going to come around this time. See 4 laps to go. And, Paul Curran just building that speed on the front. He's our Derny driver. And you can see now everyone just starting to look around, getting themselves into position. Hayden Norris, those green, white and gold colours of Team Inspired. Joseph Collett in the red and white, the Welshman. And from Scotland, Lewis Arthur, second wheel, and you can see Arthur just making sure here that he doesn't get pinned. Daniel Creese just getting shuffled back in the pack a little bit in those yellow and blue colours from the University of Bath. But it's the Scotsman and the Welshman that have got good positions here on the front. Arthur looking to just try and boss this one on the front.
Joseph Collette just getting caught on the outside for too long, but we've got the Scottish rider out in front of us. Hot on his heels though.
Lewis Arthur leading Hayden Norris, trying to come through, and Norris comes over the top. Great move here, he wants to go through. Oliver Pettifer trying to get up there. Pettifer, ooh, just ran out of track there, Oliver Pettifer. Hayden Norris goes straight through in the competition. Great sprinting. You just saw there, Charlene, that as we call it, that slingshot effect, but you just sometimes run out of track.
Yes, coming round the banking and thinking, okay, I've got this. Yeah, if it was Glasgow in a few more metres, he maybe would have got it, but coming round the outside, yeah, just made that effort at the right time, maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah,
but
really impressive final turn of burst of speed there, didn't he? Just had that little bit extra that he could hit, but just not enough. He'll go into the repechage. There's your result. So Hayden Norris sails through. Oliver Pettifer, Jack Pearson, Lewis Arthur, Daniel Creese, Joseph Collett and Thomas Boyd into the repechage. We have one heat to go in the men's Keirin first round.
Hayden Norris rode that really well as well. Unlike the other heats that we've seen before, it wasn't from the front. He was just allowing the Glasgow rider to lead out and essentially rushed his wheel to come around and used it as his slingshot to then hold the front position. So slightly different tactics than what we've seen in the last two races.
Or indeed, this is our next heat. They're just getting themselves ready to get up onto the track. The coaches are bringing them out. So we have Thomas Alcock in the colours of Hoob BCC Racing Team. We have Oliver Alou from ESB Manchester, Josh Dunham from VC San Rafael, Benjamin Gill from Enhanced, William Munday from Glasgow Track Racing Club, Harry Radford from Team Inspired, and Thomas White of SES Racing.
Oliver Alou has been racing brilliantly this weekend. Heard that he's been doing some tactics training with his coach, Pete Mitchell. So, yeah, it's obviously been working, whatever they've been doing.
Yeah, it's been in some impressive sprint form. And does it help as well for someone like Oliver Alou when this is your home track?
Definitely. All tracks are different. The bankings can be shorter, longer, straights, longer, shorter, different degrees in the banking as well. And yeah, all makes a difference. This track is more kind of, they're all oval shapes, but it's more circular shaped than, for example, Newport or Glasgow. That's longer straights. This is shorter straights and longer bankings, really good for exciting bunch racing.
So on the front, Harry Radford of Team Inspire. They're going to come around this time, see 4 laps to go, and you can see just those little gaps that they're opening. Everyone, as the Derny is about to pull off, Joshua Dunham starts to move up. So we're getting a little bit of movement in the group.
Yeah, it's looking good. They are trying to jostle for position, but you're not allowed to pass the Derny, so they need to make sure that they stay behind. Coming round the outside from the back now, a big move.
So Thomas Alcock comes over the top. You don't see that very much. It just shows how much is resting on this one. Coming round 2 laps ago, Thomas Alcock on the front. Joshua Dunham, who we've seen in tandem sprinting action already as well. So now trying to press over the top, but here comes Oliver Alou. He's going to get that slingshot now with 1 to go. And Benjamin Gill trying to hold that inside position, but Oliver Alul just shows the work that he's been doing. And Will Monday trying to come through. Monday trying to challenge Alul, but here goes Will Monday. Comes over the top, and William Monday, that was the slingshot. Came through like a NASCAR driver there, didn't he? Just floated through, used that slingshot effect.
One minute you're thinking, okay, Oliver Alul definitely has this race, and then there's a massive gap behind him, but perfect slingshot, perfect gap for
Will Monday. And you can see how much he got here in the slipstream.
Yeah, and then kind of cruises past, but mostly because of when he made the effort. And it's all about knowing the track, definitely all about knowing the track.
So Will Monday sails through to the next round. Oliver Alul, Benjamin Gill, Thomas White, Harry Radford, Josh Dunham and Thomas Alcott go into the repechage. They will have another opportunity to come back into the Keirin competition. So that is that one down. So we're going to go back now to our tandems. So hit 6. So moving on to race 2 in our men's paracycling tandem match sprint competition. And our para B classification for our blind and visually impaired riders. And we will go bronze medal ride here. It was ride 1 to Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham. And so Mason Bradley and Sean Slay have to level proceedings here in this one to have a chance of taking the bronze medal. And you can say there as well, in terms of that sprint, Joshua Dunham, no rest for the wicked, off the Keirin, back up onto the track, ready for some sprint. Just keep yourself warm. You don't have to go through the warm-up and the cool-down process then, do you?
Yeah, now that the British National Track Championships has been condensed into 3 days, these riders have to really recover. Well, they don't have much time for recovery between the events, but you wonder if it makes them a stronger, better rider in turn.
Does it, in essence, can it potentially just really improve your endurance and your recovery, perhaps physiologically, to have to do this?
Yeah, your fitness definitely. Your fitness is definitely going to be improved, and we've spoken about it a lot over the weekend. But riders need to now be able to back up their first rides, recover in time. So I was down in the track centre earlier on, and you could see riders literally napping on the floor, feet up on the chairs, covering their eyes and just having a rest.
So in the red, white and blue there, with Josh Dunham, Thomas Wing. He is your stoker. Then you've got Mason Bradley with pilot Sean Slay. Your blue symbol there shows that it is ride 1 to Josh Dunham, Thomas Wing, Sean Slay, Mason Bradley. I feel that Mason Bradley and Sean Slay, they've got the speed. They just threw the kind of double doors open in that last round. I feel that they do have the speed and the power to get the measure. I feel that they've got to try and lead this one, but it's easier said than done in terms of trying to get round now, Sean Slay.
Yes.
And then go high.
Oh, good
can
tactics
they get the
there?
momentum? And they do. They get through to the front.
Caught them by surprise.
Yeah, they're going to go for the long one now. They're going to get the bell this time. That's how you level proceedings. Right schedule, and that's what we were just saying. They've got the speed, they've got the power, and that is a huge deficit to try and overcome, and they're not going to do it. So our bronze medal ride-off is going to go to Heat 3.
Wow.
Great ride there from Mason Bradley. 16 years old is Mason Bradley, our youngest stoker. He was 15 last year when he took a medal. He's here with his 51-year-old pilot,
Wow.
Sean Slay. What a pairing.
What a pairing. Experience and youth at its best on the same bike. Absolutely brilliant to see, and really exciting that it's come down to the final race.
We love a ride-off.
Love it.
And that's what we got here. So the tandem sprinting. I can never get enough of watching tandem sprinting. I could just watch it all day. It's yeah. Anyone that's ever raced the track and been a sprinter on the track, when you see a tandem up there as well, I mean, you know, in terms of trying to hold them down on 250 meters, the G-force that goes through that tandem is a big part of it as well, isn't it?
Exactly, Marty. It is very, very difficult to hold the tandem down on the track at these speeds. Not only at these speeds, but they're trying to maneuver and do tactics on these beasts of a bike, and that can be really difficult. But we're going to see an exciting second race here from these two.
I feel we should have some epic music playing when these tandems come out for this one, because James Ball and Stefan Lloyd in the red of Wales against the rainbow jerseys, Neil Facky, Matt Rotherham. They have got to level proceedings. James Ball, Stefan Lloyd are on great form. Neil Facky himself, when I was chatting to him in the track centre before, he was really looking forward to a big battle in this one. And that's what you want, isn't it? You need that challenge to raise your game with Para Worlds and Paralympics coming up this summer.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about getting the tactics right in this race. So just rolling off the line there. Doing a little lap of the track. Perhaps was a little too far forward. Dave, you can't see it on your screens right now, but David Daniel, the coach of the Welsh team there, just almost losing his feet as he's pushing the tandem up the track, but manages to hold it. It must be so difficult to push the tandem up onto the track. Power to them.
Yeah. It's how they lift it up as well to get the pedals in the right position. You know, all of our track. When you look at it, when you think about it, all our track coaches are still pretty buff, aren't they? They've still got to be able to, you know, still got to be able to bench 100 kilos if you want to. If you want to be a track coach, don't you?
Yeah, if you want to lift the tandem, that's for sure. Okay.
There we go. Watch this.
Oh. Smiles all round from the coaches. Oh, is this an intimidation tactic?
Rolling, having to kind of roll it, let them wait.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely.
Or maybe they,
yeah.
So and you can see as well, you can line up, the bottom tandem can line up, where, and even in the
there
sprint.
wasn't room.
So you maybe, as well, sometimes in the match sprint, you kind of line up. We've seen it, haven't we, as up pinning your opponent against the wall right on the start gate.
Yes. Oh, and Matthew Rotherham really wanting to get in the head of Ball and Lloyd. Love it.
This you can see here, this battle. Facky and Rotherham do not want to lose this gold medal, and they're pinning the Welsh tandem round the top.
That's okay.
Ball and Slay, here we go, and still on that inside position, Rotherham and Facky, but they've got the front, good power. They're going to get one lap to go this time, and this battle, it looks like the Welsh tandem now is riding away to gold here in this one. What a challenge that they threw down. What a victory. James Ball, Stefan Lloyd, you would say, Charlene, pull off the upset of the championships to take the national title.
What a ride from Ball and Lloyd. A pairing that are just coming from strength to strength. Absolutely delighted, of course, to be beating the current world champions. And, you know, power to Matthew Rotherham there, trying some tactics on the front of the tandem, trying to get in the mind of his opponents, but it didn't work this time. Did everything he could and just got caught by surprise as Ball and Lloyd came over the top.
Wow.
Such power from the Welsh tandem.
Yeah, what a great pairing. Neil Facky there giving a round of applause. And as you said, this pairing are going from strength to strength. Steph and Lloyd crossing over from rugby. James Ball's hit the jackpot with his pilot.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be pretty happy if you've just beaten the current world champions a month before the Para World Championships in Rio.
Yes, amazing. So we will have one more ride in our Para B finals. We will have a race 3 in the fight for the bronze. Gold, though, goes to James Ball and Stephen Lloyd. We are going to turn our attention now to the men's team pursuit final. So we had 2 teams that rode for their seeding on the track. And again, another young team, another team of youth from Wales. And they are up against, so it's Team Wales in the back straight, and they are up against WKG Ward Performance. Carl Gordon is the team in the home straight.
Can't get over the headgear here.
If you haven't been with us so far, Charlene absolutely loves Michael Gill's helmet. In that, it's the specialised helmet. There's been a lot of talk about that aero helmet over the last few years, you would say, since it was introduced. WKG Ward Performance.uk.com 402.596 in qualification this morning. Team Wales 405.409 for them.
I reckon they'll go faster this evening because it's absolutely roasting in the velodrome, and it was actually pretty cold considering this morning.
So away we go, get their ride underway. So Will Tidball leading the team away from the starts.
The winners will take gold in this race.
And a huge amount of prestige that is up for grabs as well in terms of the men's or in the men's and the women's team pursuit and team sprint competitions, given the pedigree that we've long had as a nation.
That's William Salter just gone off the front and onto the back. Now we've got William Roberts at the front for Team Wales on your screens. It's interesting to see what kind of tactics they're going to employ. Are the riders going to do a lap? Well, he's doing a lap and a half so far, is William Roberts, and he's still on that's him peeling off. A couple of laps.
Yeah, big turn on the front, so there is a gap between them this morning in qualification, but Team Wales would have looked at that one and realised that they really had to raise their game. Yeah. Sebastian Gary drops onto the back of the team of WKG Ward Performance, but the WKG team did finish really fast this morning.
Yeah, a lap and a half from Sam Fisher there as well. So interesting to see that you want to finish the race with 3 minimum on the track, as close together as possible, with the fastest time possible. And that might mean that some of your team are doing laps, lap and a halves, even half laps, whatever it takes to get the fastest time with the team you've got. Different strengths are used.
So going through 2 kilometres, Team Wales are just over a second up on the team of Ward Performance, WKG. So the coach, so we are through halfway.
And down to 3 riders is Team Wales. Interesting to see if they know this information when the next rider is going to peel off the front, and that is William Roberts. Still at the front now, coming up for 1 lap on the front. Staying on the front now, doing a big turn. He's going to have to recover behind his 2 teammates, but the time difference is now plus 1.5 seconds.
So Team Wales, great ride that they're doing. Sam Fisher, William Roberts, William Sauter and Finn Tarling. WKG are down to 3. It's holding at a second. We're through 3 kilometers. So the young team of Wales, this is it. It's about putting 2 rides together of equal or faster, and if you go slightly slower in the morning one, it does save that power and energy for the afternoon.
Yeah, they're into the final 500 meters now. It's going to be tough for... Oh, the gap's closing.
It is, and this is a huge
Whoa.
turn now by the individual pursuit champion, but is he blowing his team apart? Remember, you've got to finish all 3 together. It's at 0.276. 1 lap to go, and Team Wales are holding this, but the team of WKG are in disarray behind because there are huge gaps in the team. We come round to our start position. The time is taken on our 3rd rider, and it is Team Wales that take it. What a ride. Sam Fisher, William Roberts, William Sauter and Finn Tarling. Unfortunately, down to 3. That huge turn by Michael Gill, unfortunately, just ripped a hole in the team.
Yeah, just a little bit. Maybe he just pushed a little lighter on the pedals, but pushed. Perhaps the final rider there trying to hang on would have finished sooner, but great ride. They stuck together, Team Wales, right to the end, and it was all in unison. That's what the team pursuit's all about, is staying as a unit till the end. You need to get that 3rd rider across the line. It's not by the 1st, about the 3rd.
Yes, and it is.
Delighted.
It is
Look at the smile on their faces.
It's
young riders.
Yeah, a world of pain and suffering, the team pursuit, isn't it?
Disgusting.
Spoken like a true sprinter.
Yeah.
But a great national title there for Team Wales. They came here with a young team, and that's your WKG World Performance team. I saw Sam Fisher and Finn Tarling in action in the Ghent 6-day earlier on in the winter. They've been out, some real young, talented track riders that they have as well. Medals, national junior championships as well. Finn Tarling, Welsh national junior road and time trial champion last year as well. William Roberts, Welsh national time trial champion. So great to see a team coming through and taking that one. They take the gold medal. WKG World Performance UK.com take the silver. So if you're a team, a club, UK based out there watching, put together a team for next year. Come ride the team pursuit.
Definitely, it's a great event, and you'll have an opportunity to ride in front of a crowd, race in front of a crowd.
I mean, it's Sunday afternoon here in Manchester, and everyone will be able to see from the pictures. We're almost full here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's full in the stands, and yeah, the Keirin, the bunch races. We've still got the points race and scratch race. Points race for the women, scratch race for the men.
We've got a big afternoon of racing ahead of us, so keep it right here. We're going to move back to our paracycling program, and we have the finals of the mixed team sprint. So next up we have the mixed team sprint for our paracycling C1 to 5 category riders. In the ride for 3rd and 4th, so the bronze medal, we have the Justice League, Samuel Davies, Callum Du Bois, and Jacob Smith. And the Incredibles are in the back straight, Wayne Harrod, Christopher Scott, and Ben Wood. That is our order. So away we go, get our ride underway. Callum Du Bois leading off the Justice League. Jacob Smith will be 2nd rider and bringing them home. Will be Samuel Davies. Ben Wood leading out. Ben Wood leading out. Wayne Harrod, 2nd rider. Christopher Scott, 3rd. Remember, this is a straight fight for the medals in this one. So going through, and the Justice League are up on the Incredibles by 0.339. 1 lap to go, final lap now. Samuel Davies up against Christopher Scott. Is it coming back into that back straight now? And the Incredibles 1.6 seconds down. It's going to be a win for the Justice League. And they come home to take that one, 56.343 for the Justice League up against the Incredibles. And we're loving our team names in the mixed paracycling team sprint classification.
Absolutely loving it. Wonder whether they all sat down together and decided on these names. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. Love it. A bit of fun for the riders.
So our bronze medal goes to Samuel Davies, Callum Du Bois, and Jacob Smith. So they went quicker as well, the Justice League, from this morning. So if you can improve each outing, that's always a good thing.
Yes, we'll be trying different formations ahead of the Para Worlds next month.
So next up in the ride-off for the gold medal, we have the Guardians of the Galaxy up against the Avengers. These are the battles that any MCU fan has been waiting for many years. So we will have the Guardians of the Galaxy represented by Rebecca Newick, Finn Graham, and Archie Atkinson. They are up against the Avengers, who are Matt Robertson, Blaine Hunt, and Jodie Cundy.
Yes, and the Avengers posted a faster time this morning, but you've got to be able to back that ride up. Hold your nerves, going into a final knowing that you've got the fastest time should give you confidence. But yeah, hopefully not too much pressure in a negative way.
No, and
just aiming to get a faster time as well.
Yeah, Kadina Cox was with us this morning, and she's she was the lap 1 in the World Championships last year, and Rebecca Newick as well, who's rider 1 here, put in a phenomenal first lap as well for that team.
Yeah, so opportunity for these riders to post as fast a lap as they can for their position. Great practice. But also a national championship jersey on the line.
We're under orders. The Avengers in the home straights, Guardians of the Galaxy in the back straight. Away we go, Matt Robertson leading off for the Avengers. Rebecca Newick leading off for the Guardians of the Galaxy. I've waited my entire commentary career to be able to say that. Rebecca Newick, great opening lap that she put in this morning. 52.921 was the team time for the Guardians of the Galaxy. 51.626 for the Avengers.
Oh, it's close.
It is close as they take over. Finn Graham for the Guardians of the Galaxy. Blaine Hunt for the Avengers. It is still tight here. Can this come down to this final lap sprint? No, it's Jodie Cundy that's taken second lap. Blaine Hunt is going to finish it off here. It's the parity riders as they come up towards now. Half a lap to go, and the Guardians of the Galaxy just go back just a touch as they come round to their start positions. And it goes to the Avengers. 51.390, 52.748. That was a close fought battle, that one.
Yeah, really close. And also we've seen riders change their positions from this morning with Jodie Cundy was the third rider in the Avengers, but yeah. Oh no, sorry, yes, in the Avengers.
Yes, in the Avengers.
Yes, but changed to P2. So yeah, interesting to see just the change, and they'll be looking at the times. However, it seems like this evening we're riding a little bit faster times, but the feel they'll be able to relay back to their coaches how it worked, and lots of data, I'm sure.
Yeah, so 51.626 was the time for the Avengers this morning. 51.390 for them. For the Guardians of the Galaxy, 52.921 was their time this morning, and they've gone 52.748. So yeah, they've some improvements there. So the Avengers take the gold, silver to the Guardians of the Galaxy, and bronze to the Justice League. We're going to move to the women's Keirin semi-finals. That will be our next race on the program. So our team sprint finals is back to Keirin racing, and it is back to the women's Keirin, and then we will stay with sprinting and have the repechages of the men's Keirin, and then it will be the ride-off for the bronze in the men's tandem sprinting in our paracycling B category racing, and then we'll have our first victory ceremony of this afternoon's racing. If you are just joining us today, welcome aboard. Thanks for your company. It's the British Cycling Track National Championships from here in Manchester. We've come home for our national champs. We have a pretty much capacity crowd here in Manchester this afternoon. Fabulous crowd have turned out to watch some great track cycling action. And they've been taking the roof off the place so far, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to have the track nationals back here in Manchester. We've had it in Newport, this Geraint Thomas Velodrome in Newport, but it's nice to be back, feel like this is home for nationals, and yeah, look at the crowds. You'll see some shots on your screen of the crowds, and it's a sellout this afternoon, which is brilliant.
The riders just getting themselves up onto the track, ready for women's Keirin semi-final. So Emily Burgess from SES Racing at the bottom of the track. Then you have Kirsty Johnson in the red colours there of Edinburgh Road Club. Then next up in the black jersey, Stephanie Hall. Georgette Rand is in those light blue and red colours of Velo Club Lincoln. Rebecca Johnson, number 5, in the white, purple and sort of blue colours from Glasgow Track Racing Club. And then the green and gold for Team Inspired is Iona Moyer. That is our riders. Durney comes around. I'm going to correct myself. It's Iona Muir.
We should know this. We're Scottish.
We are both Scottish, aren't we? Don't let my accent fool you. Apologies. As away we go. So the first 3 riders in each heat qualify to the final for rides 1 to 6. All of the other riders will advance to the 7th to 12th final. So rolling out, Emily Burgess on the back of the Durney. Kirsty Johnson in the red of Edinburgh Road Club. Stephanie Hall in the black 3rd line. Georgette Rand from Velo Club Lincoln. Right, she's gone on some great sprint form in these championships, Georgette Rand. Rebecca Howard, 2nd from the back. And then Iona Muir in the green, white and gold of Team Inspired, right on the back of the group. 3 laps to go this time. Durney pulls off the front. So first 3 it is that's through to ride off for the gold, silver and bronze medals. Kirsty Johnson comes through to the front. Emily Burgess decides to give up that front position. Here comes Georgette Rand, though, through from Velo Club Lincoln.
Taking that front position, wanting to stay out of trouble now. Round the outside, though.
Stephanie Hall on the outside. Georgette Rand answers the acceleration, just trying to hold that inside line here. Georgette Rand, great ride from the Velo Club Lincoln rider. It means that she just held that position, really bossed that one. Here comes Iona Muir up towards the front, but it's going to be Georgette Rand from Kirsty Johnson and Iona Muir. They go straight through to the gold medal ride-off. Georgette Rand really bossed that one.
Yeah, she went for an early one and got to the front, stayed out of trouble, kept on top of the pace and managed to hold everyone off. At the back, you can see on your screens here, they're trying to jostle around each other. And all Georgette Rand needs to do is just push on the pedals and stay in front.
But it shows that black line. If you can hug that black line, hold that front position, you know, you can just dictate to everyone else, and it shows just how, you know, how much work everyone has to do to come around you if you really ride from the front and have that confidence.
Yeah, definitely. Heat number 2.
Semi-final 2 up onto the track. Sylvia Mistel from Glasgow Track Racing Club. Amy Cole from the Wales Racing Academy. Anna Birrell in the black jersey. Then you have Lauren Bell and Rhian Edmonds and Madeleine Silcock.
Tough heat here. Tough heat to be in. Lots of, could be anyone's race actually. And as it is in the Keirin, you're treated to not necessarily always the same sprinters win it, which is super exciting. It can be anyone's race. It's not just about how fast you are, it's about how tactically aware you are and how much guts you've got.
It is. It's Amy Birrell on the back of the bike, just ahead of Amy Cole. So Anna Birrell leading out. Third in line. Madeleine Silcock in the black. And you've got your Team Inspired colours. Your 2 riders from Team Inspired. So Rhian Edmonds is your first rider.
Amy Cole just laying off the wheel there, waiting for other riders to make the move, and that's exactly what she's done. She's left enough room to then come over top. Is she going to be overtaken? Yes.
Lauren Bell comes through to the front. So it's Lauren Bell, Rhian Edmonds on the front. Amy Cole now moving up in the red of Wales. Lauren Bell, though, looking to really now dictate things on the front. Amy Cole into the slipstream with the 2 Team-inspired riders. First 3 in each heat qualify for rides 1 to 6. So through it's still Lauren Bell on the front that takes that one ahead of Rhian Edmonds, with Amy Cole qualifying, it looked like, in 3rd place.
Yeah. What a ride there from Lauren Bell, just to get to the front and stayed out of trouble, held the pace. That's what we've seen in the last round as well, just to be able to get to the front and push down on the pedals, allow the riders behind you to come round outside of each other, and you've got the fastest way around the track. The speed is already so fast. She's on top of the gear and, yeah, held it.
And they have it, Lauren Bell from Rhian Edmonds, Amy Cole, your qualifiers, Sylvia Mistel, Madeleine Silcock and Anna Birrell will go through into the 7th to 12th ride-off.
We're actually going from Keirin to Keirin. And this is going to be the men now we're going to see on the track.
So this is the first round repechages from the men's Keirin. So those riders, remember, it was first riders through. And these next heats, we have 6 in total, apologies. 6 heats, which will allow the riders to come back into the competition. So the rule here again, it's all on the win. First rider in each heat qualifies for the semi-finals. So the pressure is definitely on now.
Yeah, pressure on, and I would say don't be hanging around. If it was me, I'd be looking at the Keirin heats that just happened and how they were both ridden similarly, and going to the front, holding that position, allowing riders behind you to fight for 2. But yeah, it's easier said than done, isn't it? You've got to time it right.
Definitely. So first heat up, you have Thomas Alcock of Hoop. You have Jacob Davies from PDQ Cycle Coaching, Benjamin Gill from Enhanced, Alexander Morgan from Maindy Flyers at the bottom of the track, Harry Radford from Team Inspired, from Blackline, Jack Wybrow, and also in there from that Enhanced team, Benjamin Gill is the rider on the back. So getting into that position, Maindy Flyers, famous Welsh track team on the back of the Derny, outdoor track in Cardiff at Maindy. They've produced a few riders over the years, haven't they? They won the old Tour de France, didn't they, Maindy Flyers? Claim to fame with Geraint Thomas, one rider that's come through that team. Eleanor and Zoe Backstead as well, 2 other riders that have come through Maindy Flyers as well. So quite a club, the Welsh club. First rider through, you can feel the tension on this track from these riders who want to get themselves through to the semi-final.
Gaps opening up, but that's okay. We've got an early move at the front here between 2 riders.
Alex Morgan and Jacob Davies. Jacob Davies comes through to the front. Got a bit of a gap, and Harry Radford not leaving anything to chance now. Harry Radford moves up, Jack Wybrow on the wheel. So Jacob Davies still on the front, decided to go long in this one. As Benjamin Gill moves up in third place, but it's Harry Radford on the front. Here comes Benjamin Gill in the silver and white colours of Team Enhanced, really battling though. It's Jack Wybrow, who punches a hole out of that gap as he goes into turn 4. It's going to be a straight drag race to the line. Oh, super close. Jack Wybrow launched the bike at the line there, got the slingshot of Harry Radford. That'll go to a photo finish to who has gone through in that one.
Yeah, lunged for the line there. Crowd are very happy with what they've seen.
Entertainment at its best. Let's have a little replay of that. And those three riders, Harry Radford, James Wybrow, Benjamin Gill moving up. And then Radford, he had, look at the coming out of the slipstream, gets that slingshot over the top.
Not
Still
sure.
can't call that one. And there you have it though, it's Harry Radford by a whisker.
Yeah, it was a close one, wasn't it? Really great effort from Jack Wybrow to come round outside, but just didn't have enough in the end.
Moving on to Heat 2. Riders just getting themselves ready. Just rolling out. So in the blue and yellow colours of the University of Bath is Edward Baker. Also on the track, so Heath, we've got William Flatow, second on the track from Hub BCC Racing Team. You've got Marcus Hiley from Team Inspired in the green, white and gold. You have the two Glasgow Track Racing Club riders in Adam Murray and James Ross. Edward Selwood of the Mid-Devon CC. That is the riders that you are seeing in action here on Heat 2. So leaning off Marcus Hiley has drawn that position on the back of the Derny. And as for most sprinters, Charlene, this was your event, is there a position that, you know, most sprinters would want? Do you want to get that position on the back of the Derny and dictate it? Because it is a draw, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's good to be at the front, but if you're at the back, there's different tactics for whatever you're going to start. If you're at the back of the race, you want to move up before the Derny peels off. You want to make your move to get round the outside. There's different tactics. There's also let everyone at the front jostle it, and then you can come round it. It all depends on your strengths, whether you've got a long sprint or a more explosive sprint. But yeah, tactically, it can be won from anywhere on the track, really. For me, I liked riding from the front, and so if it was me and I was at the back, I would be going right now.
So the Derny swings off.
Still all in formation. No one wants to make a move. Oh, round the outside, one of the Glasgow riders.
So James Ross moves up round the outside. Two teammates are in there. Adam Murray, he's on the purple bike. You can see the sprinters here just rolling that big gear. Edward Baker, fairly cool and calm there in the yellow and blue. He moves high, just trying to get on top of that gear here. Marcus Hiley from Team Inspired on the front, and a big turn over the top from the University of Bath rider, rolling that enormous gear, gets the front, gets some momentum, but he's still holding that inside position. Is Marcus Hiley, comes through, throws the bike out the line. Edward Baker.
What a ride!
Takes
massive
that one.
gear.
He was so cool, so calm in that one. The way he just laid off and then just used the absolutely enormous gear.
That was like almost slow motion coming around the outside. And yeah, you've got to have the confidence to put a gear on like that. Just replays of the start of the race. And the effort, he's in his round, he's on the outside for so long. The fact that he kept on top of this speed was really impressive, coming round into the home straight and still holding on to for the finish to get into that final, semi-final.
Edward Baker takes that. I think the description of that, Keirin, he came through like a freight train.
Yeah.
We were talking in terms of the acceleration that he put in there. Massive gear.
Wow.
And got that one rolling. Marcus Hiley in second place, but Edward Baker of the University of Bath goes through. So remember, our progression is the first rider on each heat qualifies to the semi-final. Moving on to heat 3, our riders are getting ready to roll themselves out onto the track. Thanks for your company this afternoon here on our live stream of the British Cycling Track National Championships from Manchester. Marty McDonald and Charlene Jones with you to take you through the race action. Don't forget, if you're tuning in, you like what you see, you want to get involved, britishcycling.org.uk is the website that you can find out from the National Federation. You better find out where your local tracks are, where your local clubs are. Get involved, track racing, get on the track, change your life. Trust me.
Trust us.
Trust us.
It will, in a positive way.
It is. Next up on to the track. So we have from Glasgow Track Racing Club, we have Jeremy Franks at the bottom of the track. Then from Hub BCC Racing Team, you've got 2 riders. Noah Woodhouse is on the outside. You've got Jack Pearson sat second wheel. From the University of Bath is Daniel Crease. Then from the Wales Racing Academy is Harvey McNaughton. In the red and whites, ESV Manchester is Thomas Boyd. And then at the top of the track is Noah Woodhouse from Hub.
Before the start, we just seen Rachel Draper give her rider, Harvey McNaughton, some last-minute words of wisdom. She is now the sprint coach for the whole of the Welsh cycling team, men and women, doing a great job of it.
Getting into position. On the back of that Derny, man from Glasgow Track Racing Club, Jeremy Franks, back over the shoulder. They've got a real strength in depth, this Glasgow club.
Yes, they've got a great programme up in Glasgow at that Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. A really great coach behind them, Jonathan Mitchell, and yeah, strength and depth from lots of sprinters. It's always been how the Scots like to do it, sprinters.
Indeed. Jeremy Franks on the front, and here we go. Takes a flyer from the back. Noah Woodhouse from Hub comes over the top, gets that front position. Harvey McNaughton into the slipstream. It is win and through. And now coming up, Harvey McNaughton just senses that presence of the Scotsman as he tries to come through. McNaughton holding that inside position into the back straight. Rolling that big gear is McNaughton. Woodhouse trying to find a way through, but it looks like the Welshman's going to go through. So great right there from Harvey McNaughton.
Yeah, again, just went round the outside, got that first position and absolutely motored the last lap, didn't he? He looked so fast.
Did, so
wow.
Clearly that last minute pep talk worked. Yeah,
definitely. Says you got to win this or else you're not going to be right in the semis. Semi-final.
So we're going to go on to heat 4 of 6 in the men's Keirin competition. And then we will have our bronze medal ride-off, the final round, the showdown in the bronze medal ride-off. But there you have it. There's confirmation of your result. Harvey McNaughton progresses in the competition. Pearson Franks, Chris Boyden Woodhouse is championship over in the Keirin for them. Our next heat is out onto the track from the Abergavenny Road Club. In the colours of Wales, you have Joseph Collett. From the Glasgow Track Racing Club is Lewis Arthur. In the green of Team Inspired, Harry Ledingham Horn. In the red from SES Racing is Harry Leeson. In the multi-blue and green colours of ESV Manchester is Philip Lomas, and in the silver and white at the top of the track is Oliver Pettifer. So rolling away onto the back of the Derny. 2 more heats to come in this competition. It's been one of the biggest fields, the Keirin this year.
Yeah, definitely. Good to see strength and depth of the male sprinters in this championship. And all wanting to get through to that final. It's going to be really exciting racing later on. But yeah, I guess hopefully this year we've got lots of people watching at home, and you've seen the inspirational Pete Mitchell take the win in the sprint with 2 gym sessions and two watt bike sessions. So yeah, anyone can jump on the bike and well, maybe not anyone, but anyone can jump on the bike and give it a go, get training, and come to British Nationals. If you think you've got high peak power, get on that watt bike.
We might even see some more comebacks
yeah,
next year.
I'm thinking Lewis Oliver, if he's listening.
Yeah, I've heard Charlene Jones might make a comeback as well, perhaps. You never know.
You never know. Tempted.
Joseph Collett on the front, just getting some height here. Harry Leeson of SES. Leeson just trying to use the height now through to the front. 2 laps ago, decides to use that a little bit more endurance of a sprinter, comes through to the front, opens up a gap, decides to now persist with this one. He's got that 10-metre gap. Can he strike home this advantage now? Bell lap this time. They're hunting him down. Oliver Pettifer comes up alongside him. Harry Ledingham Horn of Team Inspired trying to get the momentum round the outside. Pettifer, Pettifer looks like he takes that one, throws the bike at the line there. So Oliver Pettifer takes that. Lewis Arthur, you can see the frustration, and as well for Harry Ledingham Horn. I would say an upset in that heat there for Oliver Pettifer, but he's been sprinting the Enhanced Rider. Team Enhanced Rider, he's been sprinting really well in these championships. Clearly all the preparation has come right for him.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant ride there. Riders ducking and diving under and over each other. You see here in the replay, going round the outside, taking a little look round the outside. And we've got a rider trying to come in underneath, into the sprinter's line. And I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but he was well ahead, and I think he'll safely go through.
Yeah, job done there. The first rider in each heat through to the semi-finals. And Oliver Pettifer takes that one. We've got 2 heats to go, heats 5 and 6. We're rolling out onto the track for heat 5. In the blue colours at the bottom of the track is Archie Gill from Otley CC. We've also got from Blackline Racing at the top of the track is Jonah Jenkins. Tom Morrissey second from the top of the track. Bram Otterwell in the red, white and blue colours there of Hub BCC. You've got Isaac Small in the green and white of D-Side Thistle, and Aaron Pope of the University of Exeter.
You can see now, again, Rachel James just giving her rider some last-minute tips.
She's a very good sprinter as well. So there you have it. There's the confirmation. So Charlene Jones calling that one. So Joseph Collett relegated, and that means that Harry Leddingham Horn goes through. Next up, Archie Gill from Otley CC, Jonah Jenkins from Blackline, Tom Morrissey of ESV, Bram Otterwell, Aaron Pope and Isaac Small is our next heat. And that's it, Charlene, in terms of tactics. If you've got to go the long way round, and also if you come out of that sprinter's line, which is you've got to be under that red line with 200 meters to go, you can't come out of that sprinter's line as well.
Yeah, you then can't come out of the sprinter's line.
So number 95, Oliver Pettifer, so relegated in that previous heat. I know it looks like the Wild West out here, but we do have rules.
Also, we've seen the riders just not come into the sprinter's line, so that leaves the door open for if someone's behind and sees that the rider in front is not in the sprinter's line, then he can come underneath and sneak through the inside, which the Glasgow rider was trying in the previous heat. Just left it a little bit too late.
Archie Gill, right on the back of the bike here from Otley CC. Exciting young talent, Archie Gill.
Yeah, Archie Gill, 16. Got a prime position there. If he can hold on to that, then he's through. A little bit harder than it looks. When that Derny peels off, it is like hitting a brick wall. It's amazing. 30% energy you save being behind a bike or a Derny, perhaps even more behind the Derny. So.
But for Archie Gill being in here, and you can see as well in terms of the gears that Archie Gill is riding compared to the enormous eye-watering gears that the other riders are using. 2 laps to go this time. Archie Gill on the front, looking to use that young speed that he's got.
He's got a kick, that's for sure. He's trying not to allow the D-side rider come round the outside.
Yeah, holding it nicely here. Archie Gill, look at that acceleration from the 16-year-old. He's still got the front, battling here with Isaac Small. He's trying to come over the top, out of the saddle. Archie Gill, can he put himself through? The young rider from Otley absolutely smashes it. Archie Gill.
What a ride. Look at that, arms up, give me a cheer.
That's his fight. That could be, you know, that's worth a final in itself, that ride.
Yeah, definitely. Thumbs up, fist pump into the air, delighted with that ride. That'll give him confidence going into the semi-final, won't it?
It is, and as we said, you know, losing that you know, different type of sprinters that you're seeing there. We've seen the big sprinters that, you know, the older riders have, you know, more years, more time in the gym. But as a young rider, you've got that natural, pure speed, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got that punchy leg speed. Look at him getting out the saddle again, mid-sprint. I mean, he's got a double kick. That's scary for the future.
It is, and I mean, when you think like that, the sprinters through the years that have got that double kick, and that's a great thing to see. Archie Gill going through. Vicky Pendleton had that double kick, didn't she?
Yeah,
you know, as a sprinter.
Katie Marchant as well has got that leg speed, and yes, it's rare. Now the riders, you're seeing them with the massive gears, but it doesn't necessarily suit every single rider. It's all about your strength, and there was a point recently that everyone was saying, you've got to ride a big gear, you've got to ride a big gear, but what if you've not got that strength? If your strength is leg speed and power, then go to your strengths. No.
Final heats, heat 6 in our men's Keirin repechages. So we have Oliver Alul. He's wearing number 3 from ESV Manchester. We have from Damascio wearing number 96. And 2 is Ryan Phillips, rider 3, Joshua Dunham. You've got from SES Racing, Thomas White. And then from Hub in the red, white and blue is Zach Green wearing number 49. So our final heat of the repechages. One rider through. You can feel the tension of these riders on the start line.
Yeah, when it's only one rider through, generally they tend to not stay at the back. They want to be going towards the front of the race, especially in the on the last lap. They want to be first over the line, don't they? But it all depends on where they start in that line. As I said before, riders looking round their shoulder. We've had generally on the professional scene, we see them at the world class, we see gaps appearing behind the derny, and that's to allow space to maneuver when the derny comes off. They don't need to be right up against the wheel in front of them. They need a little bit of room for manoeuvring round the outside of the rider in front.
Luke McCormick on the back of the derny. Ryan Phillips from Damascio in the black. Second wheel, Joshua Dunham. Having a busy day is Joshua Dunham. He's doing the Keirins and also being in the tandem sprinting. He's going to do exactly the same thing as well that he did in the last time. Oliver Alul, fourth wheel there from ESV. And they're just looking for Zach Green. Zach Green comes around the outside.
Everyone's thinking the same thing at the same time here. Get to the front with one lap to go when they come around into the home straight. That's Oliver Alul ahead of the pack at the moment.
Oliver Alul gets to the front now. He looks back over his shoulder. He's getting that kick. Thomas White trying to come around the outside, but Oliver Alul answers that attack, starts to gap the other riders into turn 3, and he's got this one won. As Oliver Alul, the local rider from ESV Manchester, goes through to the semi-finals with that ride. Sets us up beautifully for the Keirin finals to come a little bit later on. So we're going to move back to the men's para sprints, our tandems, our para B category, and then we will have some victory ceremonies. We'll celebrate some of our winners here this afternoon, the British Cycling Track National Championships. We're going to move back to our tandems. We have the men's sprint para B bronze medal ride-off. So James Ball with pilot Stefan Lloyd pulling off the surprise in the gold and silver ride-off to Neil Facky and Matt Rotherham. It is one apiece in battle for bronze. Thomas Wing with pilot Josh Dunham, who's just off the track after riding the Keirin. Mason Bradley and Sean Slay, Born to Bike Racing team. Can they take the bronze medal here in this match? So the inside line there in the Union Jack helmet wearing 132 is Thomas Wing. Joshua Dunham in those colours of VC San Rafael weight contracts. And at the top of the track in the red and black colours of Born to Bike Racing team, Mason Bradley, just 16 years old, man, wearing number 14, and pilot Sean Slay. He's got a big future ahead of him as this young rider. So I think, again, got to use that endurance, got to use that speed. You can see Josh Dunham and Thomas Wing leading off. They'll want that front position. Will Sean Slay got the inside? He will. They're going to take the front. They want to lead this one out. They want to try and capitalize on perhaps that Josh Dunham has been up in the Keirins. They're going to go for a long one here in this one. So maybe that little bit more endurance sprinters. Joshua Dunham and Thomas Wing trying to close this one down. 1 lap to go. They've got the front, they get some momentum, but have they got the power to come around the outside? They've got it in the back straight. Sean Slate holds that inside position, and they come down into the home straight. And the bronze medal goes to Thomas Wing and Josh Dunham. But hats off to Mason Bradley and Sean Slate. They made them work for it, make no mistake. The effort that it takes to bring a tandem around the outside and over the top like that. A lot of power, 2-1. Wing Dunham to Bradley and Slate. So Josh Dunham from Keirin to tandem, showing that he's keeping the speed there. The Keirin having no effect on his sprinting. So that concludes the men's sprint para B finals, with James Ball and Stefan Lloyd taking theirs in 2 straight rides. And I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Carl Lawrenson to take you through our medal ceremonies. We still have plenty of race action to come, though, this afternoon. After our victory ceremonies, we have the women's Keirin finals. The men's Keirin moves to the semi-final stage of the competition. We'll have our men's scratch finals. We'll have a couple of medal ceremonies. And then the final racing here on this afternoon session will be the women's team sprint finals, the women's points race final, and the men's Keirin final will be our final race of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 British Cycling National Track Championships, Men's Team Pursuit. The medals and gifts will be presented by CEO of Welsh Cycling, Caroline Spanton. Winners of the gold medals and national track champions, Team Wales, Sam Fisher, William Roberts, William Salter, Finlay Tarling. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony for the paracycling C1 to C5 mixed team sprint. The prizes will be presented by Director for Manchester Active and Deputy Director of Public Health, Dr. Cordell Ofori. In third place, the Justice League, Samuel Davis, Callum Du Bois, Jacob Smith. In second place, Guardians of the Galaxy, Archie Atkinson, Finley Graham, Rebecca Newick. In first place, your winners, the Avengers, Jodie Cundy CBE, Blaine Hunt, Matthew Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all the riders. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 British Cycling National Track Championships. Men's Para B Sprint. The medals and gifts will be presented by Deputy CEO and Head of Events at Manchester Active, Eamon O'Rourke. Winners of the bronze medal, riding as a private member, Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. Winners of the silver medal, representing Blackline, Neil Thackey MBE, piloted by Matt Rotherham. winners of the gold medal and national track champion, riding as a private member, James Ball, piloted by Stephen Lloyd. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists.
Our medal ceremonies, first ones of the day, is done for us. Welcome along if you're just happening across our live stream.
In
Here's
track
Charlene.
centre with our newly crowned national champions in the mixed para team sprint with Matt, and we've got Jodie on my other side. We're missing Blaine though, but it was a 3-up team sprint. Can you tell us a little bit about it, Jodie?
It was a bit of a late edition. We've done it as a bit of a demonstration event to show Paralympic team sprint, because it's a little bit different to the AB one, because it's mixed. There's lots of different classes together. So yeah, it's the first time we've all three rode together, and we rode a different order to what we did this morning as well. So it's been a learning experience all the way through. So it's been good fun. Crazy little names that have been kind of entered in. So yeah, all fun.
Brilliant. And how did you enjoy it tonight on the track with the crowd as well, Matt?
Yeah, it's amazing to do these kind of races with such a big crowd, and I think it was a great event to try out. And like Jodie said, we haven't actually done a team sprint together for a long while, and I haven't tried it for a few years now. But it's great to get hit out and to kind of put the performance out for everyone to watch and get a good result. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant ride. And you started the team off, and Jodie, you trialed different positions. You started out in third and then in P2, so tell us a bit about the logic behind that.
So myself and Blaine, we're going to be aiming to go for Paris, so we'll be one of us will be in the Paris team, probably with Jacko and Kadina. Obviously, they're not racing today, so we're just trying out different places, seeing how we go, just getting Blaine up to speed with team sprint, because he's not done it really before, and myself kind of just getting my eye in as well, because we've got Worlds in a couple of weeks' time, and we haven't really done that much yet.
Brilliant to see you riding the kilo in 2 different disciplines. So the kilo, were you happy with your times this weekend?
Yeah, it was nice to be able to experiment, to do the para kilo on Friday and then do the able-bodied kilo on the Saturday. It was like, well, I've got an opportunity to do 2 back-to-back. I can change gears, I can do different strategies and see what happens. And yeah, it was nice to do. My legs felt it though at the end of lap 3 last night though. It was pretty hard work.
I was going to say, I'm not sure many people would enjoy doing 2 kilometre races in the championships, but you've always been a kilometre man, and it's great to see you back here. So many years, every year you're here, so thank you. Also been on Strictly, so good to see you back in the skin suit, the lycra, and back to the racing. Keirin.
Thank you, Charlene. And we are back with a race action, and we will move on to the women's Keirin finals. And we have a treat for you this afternoon. I've been joined again in commentary box by Kadina Cox. Kadina, what a day of racing so far. We've had some absolute thrillers.
Yeah, it's been great racing. I think the one that got me was just the men's Keirin. There's been such depth in it. Like, there was so many riders in there to begin with, but to see young Archie, you know, come through like that on all these senior riders and the confidence of it, it was yeah, it was a great ride that was. And yeah, there's been some great ones. The women's Keirin's been good as well, so it'd be good to see these finals.
So we're going to have the ride-off for 7th to 12th. You just saw your start list there. So we will have Anna Birrell. We'll have Emily Burgess from SES Racing, Stephanie Hall. We'll have from the Glasgow Track Racing Club, Rebecca Howard and Sylvia Mistel. And then Madeleine Silcock will be our other rider to go in this one. So the ride-off for the 7th to 12th. And even though, Kadina, when you get into this situation as a rider as well, 7th to 12th, you know, we're not battling for medals, but you still want to finish as high up as you can, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you're in that race, you're not thinking about it as 7th to 12th. You're thinking about it as, you know, number 1 through to 6 in that race. So I think, yeah, you get in there and you just want to come in the top position, regardless of what it means after. Like, you just want to race and come out on top.
Yep, win's a win, as they say, definitely. Our Derny, piloted by Paul Curran, just gets underway. And there's just that as well, those last-minute little pep talks from the coaches right down the start line. Gunfires. Away we go. Stephanie Hall is going to take up the position on the back of the Derny. Anna Birrell takes the 2nd position. And then her teammate, wearing 37, is the 3rd position. Then you have your other Glasgow rider, Sylvia Mistel, behind them. So we'll pick them out between them. We'll pick out something of each rider. So Anna Birrell has white socks on, white shoes, white socks. Behind her, her teammate wearing 37, Rebecca Howard, black helmet, black socks, no stickers on the bike. And then behind her in the silver laser helmet, you've got Sylvia Mistel. Then behind them, Madeleine Silcock, all in the black. She's a private member. And then in the reds, Emily Burgess of SES Racing. Anna Birrell, 17 Scottish Omnium Madison champion, switching over to the sprint events. Been racing since she was 7. As Anna Birrell.
It's a long time.
It is a long time. So you've got to be careful here that you don't lay off too far over Stephanie Hall. Decided she didn't want to take that one up early. So Birrell moves up alongside her. So just now the Glasgow riders, 3 teammates in this, can sometimes be a bit of a challenge when you're up against all of the teammates. They're going to come around this time and see 1 lap to go. Still Stephanie Hall, though, on the front. Looks back over the shoulder. Here comes Madeleine Silcock moving through from the back. Silcock going around the outside. Sylvia Mistel, though, through to the front for the Glasgow Track Racing Club. It is going to be a win in the minor final for Sylvia Mistel. Comes through, takes the 7th place. Found her way out of those gaps.
Yeah.
Found her way through traffic really nicely there.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, when you've really got to be thinking about and be aware of everyone else around you. And when they're going so fast, it can be, yeah, scary to watch.
Let's just take a look back through. Stephanie Hall had the front, had a gap, but again, you've got to, if you know, you're 2.5 laps out, it is a long way as a sprinter to try and go.
Yeah, we don't really have the legs for sprinting for that long. So yeah, you've got to kind of time your effort and make sure that, you know, you're picking it at the right time, knowing that you can hold on. Especially as, you know, as females, we still do the 500 meters as a sprint, so we're not, you know, trained like some of the male kilo riders that could probably go a bit longer.
So there's your 7 to 12 final. Sylvia Missel takes from Stephanie Hall, Emily Burgess, Madeleine Silcock, Rebecca Howard and Anna Birrell. As your 12th placed rider. We're going to move swiftly on to the battle for the national title in the women's Keirin final. And what a final we have. We've got some riders who are on some great form. Sprint champ Lauren Bell is in here for Team Inspired. Amy Cole from Wales. Rhian Edmonds, silver in the sprint, former sprint champ. Kirsty Johnson from Edinburgh Road Club. Iona Muir from Team Inspired. And Georgette Rand from Velo Club Lincoln. So we've got some current talent here in this one, Kadina, and you've got that sort of emerging talent as well from Georgette Rand.
Yeah, no, it's great to have all these girls in here. You know, there's a lot of talent in there. We've seen the 3 Team Inspired riders, and Georgette, that is, you know, coming through strong. She's able to mix it up with these older girls, and it'll be interesting to see how she goes here in this race where she's challenging them.
So Lauren Bell is, if you want to pick her out, she's on that fantastic Hope bike. She is the 3rd rider in the line. And they will battle it out. So you've got 3 teammates in there for Team Inspired. And away we go. So Iona Muir leading out. We'll get onto the back of the Derny here.
Took a bit of time to get onto the wheel there. Just slowly getting in there. And now they're all in formation.
So some real, as we said, some current and emerging talent. Georgette Rand, junior European champion, team sprint, 500 meters. She's really, if you watch, she's got a really good turn of speed late on in these Keirins as Georgette Rand from Velo Club Lincoln. She's the 2nd from the back there, that light blue, dark blue, sort of pink coloured kit. Amy Cole in the red with the white stripe down her back is the Team Wales rider. And then right on the back from SES Racing, or Edinburgh Road Club, my apologies, is Kirsty Johnson. Iona Muir still on the back of the Derny. See Lauren Bell just laying off just a little bit now, Kadina.
Yeah, she's just allowing that gap to open. Give herself the opportunity to have space.
So you just want to stack. She just wants to be able to maybe just get that little bit of a rush. The Derny just swings off. Georgette Rand goes around the outside.
Yeah. Lauren's going long here. We see this attack now. She's been followed by Rhian Edmonds.
Just wants to dictate this one now from the front. 2 laps to go. Bell on the front. Edmonds and Cole with Rand in 4th position. Johnson is there now. You see Edmonds moving out, but Lauren Bell just answers that call as she sensed that she was about to go. She's hunting now for her 2nd championship title of these sprint competitions. It's Lauren Bell down the backstretch. Rhian Edmonds, Amy Cole, Georgette Rand on the outside. Lauren Bell still holding that inside position. Gets the rush. Oh, the throw to the line there from Rhian Edmonds.
I think Rhian Edmonds might have taken that one. Close on the line, but I think she's got that with the throw of the bike.
Rhian Edmonds gets a great run at the line there. That'll go to the photo finish. Got a perfect slingshot through. So we'll wait for confirmation of the result, just looking at that one. And Kadina as well, as a track rider, that throw to the line is, you know, when we look at road riders throwing their bikes to the line, but as a trackie to be doing it at that speed with that sort of precision as well, that's where you really see the world class.
Yeah, and it's the timing of it as well. You've got to make sure you perfectly time it. So, you know, the speed's coming through just as you cross the line.
And this is that finish. Look at that, gets that perfect slingshot. Oh, it's so close. So they'll be looking at that one. And there you have it, Lauren Bell, despite that huge throw to the line there from Rhian Edmonds. Edmonds takes the silver. It's bronze for Amy Cole, 4th for Georgette Rand, 5th for Kirsty Johnson, and Iona Moore What a chance Lauren Bella's having, though.
Yeah, no, it's great, especially coming into an Olympic year. It's great for her to be able to have these races and showcase what she's capable of, and just be mixing it up in the other events and not just the team sprint all the time, which is good to see.
Nicely done. We've had some great sprint action in these championships.
We have, yeah. No, there's been some great showcases of sprints, which is good to see. It's good to see the talent that we've got coming through in this country, and that there is strength and depth there. Because at the top we have got some great girls and guys, but we need to know that we've got more coming through.
And now we're going to see some more coming through, because we were getting very excited seeing 16-year-old Archie Gill coming through as well from Otley. And they've produced a few champs in their time.
Otley's not too far from where I grew up. Good old Yorkshire.
So next up, Archie Gill, Harry Ledingham-Horn, Bo Mayer, Niall Monks, Hayden Norris and Harry Radford. So Hayden Norris wearing 89. He's got the white and silver helmet on. And then at the top of the, he's at the top of the track. Then below him is Harry Ledingham-Horn. He's got the silver and white helmet on. Right at second from the bottom of the track is Harry Radford. And we'll do, as we get going, do our best to pick them all out for you. So the first 3 riders in each heat qualify for the fight for the gold medal, so the ride for the final 1 to 6. All of the other riders go into the minor final in that battle for 7 to 12. Niall Monks onto the back of the Derny. Just leads out now. You can see Niall Monks just sort of focused right down on the fender of the Derny.
Yeah.
Archie Gill in the blue of Otley. Watch out for him.
He's already starting to look around.
He will just be on a high after taking his heat.
Most definitely. And he's got that youthfulness about him, Like he's not scared to just, send it to the guys. And he will have that energy.
But also, as a young sprinter, you've got to have the swagger. That's what sprinters need, isn't it?
Yeah, he's definitely going for it here. He's not holding back, which is great to see.
Now he's going to try and dictate this one, so comes through to the front. Harry Ledingham-Horn, Archie Gill closes it up. Niall Monks is stuck in traffic though, trying to punch his way out here. 2 laps to go this time. The first 3 riders in each heat qualify. So you got it through, comes through. Niall Monks finds his way up. Archie Gill's trying to find a way through. Harry Ledingham-Horn and Hayden Norris are the 2. 1 lap to go this time. Niall Monks on the front. They're glancing back now over the shoulders of 3 team-inspired riders trying to get up there. Archie Gill's trying to find a way through. He wants to try and get a cheeky surprise here on Hayden Norris up towards the line. Doesn't quite manage to make it, but Niall Monks takes that one. So great sprint. Harry Ledingham-Horn taking 2nd. Hayden Norris, 89, takes 3rd. And our next group of riders go into that 7th to 12th final. Niall Monks wrestling his way through the traffic there.
Yeah, he's a big, powerful guy, isn't he? And he just comes through really strong, and he's able to get on top of that gear and just, just roll over the other guys. But it was great to see Harry and Hayden behind him there working hard. It was a long old sprint. They went quite early, and pretty much from when the Derny went out, they didn't drop the speed at all.
So 1 more heat to go here in our men's Keirin semi-finals. Thanks for your company today. If you're tuning in, it's great to have you with us. It is the final session here in the 2024 British Cycling Track National Championships. I'm Mike McDonald, and we have been treated today to have Kadina Cox alongside us as well. Great.
I love that you keep full naming me.
Yes, okay, we've got everyone know. And it's a massive year for all of you this year, isn't it? So it's great to have you with us. Thanks for taking the time to join us. I'm sure everyone out there is loving your insight and your inside knowledge.
I'm not sure they are. I'm not the most knowledgeable, but I know all the gossip behind the scenes. I'm not sure about my bike knowledge.
Sometimes that's what people want, isn't it? We could have that. That could be a show on its own.
All the inside secrets.
I think, yeah, there's a you know, they have behind the scenes Formula One of that, Drive to Survive and all that. Maybe we'll be producing one of those.
Yeah, track centre chats. That's what it'll be called.
Heat 2. We're going to move on to Heat 2 here. Top 3 going through to the final. We have at the bottom of the track Harvey McNaughton from the Wales Racing Academy. We then move up to Edward Baker from the University of Bath. We have Peter Mitchell from Black Line. You have Craig Lyle from got Lyle Craig, my apologies, from Glasgow Track Racing Club. Oliver Alul from ESV Manchester, and Will Munday of the Glasgow Track Racing Club. That is the riders that are on the track. So 3 through to the final. This is it, pressure. This is it, the pressure on now to get through for that gold ride-off.
That's it. We're all going to be, you know, wanting to get into that top 3 position.
Slowly starting to get into position.
So Lyle Craig, to tell your 2 Scottish riders apart. Lyle Craig, 4th in line with the black helmet. His teammate William Munday on the back. The rider I want to watch out for in this one, Kadina, given how he rode in the last round, is Edward Baker, who is in here for the University of Bath. He's rolling an enormous gear.
Yeah, he had a great ride, and he just seemed to be. He looked like he was moving slow, but he was like moving around just like so gracefully because of the gear that he was on. It'd be interesting to know what gear he was actually on, but he managed to ride it so well and make use of it and stay on top of it. You know, with a big gear like that, sometimes you just kind of lose speed very easily. But yeah, he rode really, really well.
It looks like the sort of gear that most of us mortals would struggle to just get round.
Yeah, that would be me. I'd basically fall off my bike sideways because the gear was too big.
We're going to come around this side, see 3 laps to go. We got our comeback king in there as well. Pete Mitchell from Black Line led this one out. He's already the elite champion. Is Pete Mitchell, who comes up. Harvey McNaughton leading this out for the Wales Racing Academy. Lyle Craig and William Munday moving up for Glasgow. Mitchell now comes around the outside. We know the endurance as well that Pete Mitchell has as a sprinter. Lyle Craig trying to move up. It's William Munday of Glasgow. 1 lap to go this time. Mitchell leading out from Harvey McNaughton, those first 3 riders. But on the inside line there, Lyle Craig punches his way through up towards the front. It's going to be Pete Mitchell that leads through into the finish. Mitchell takes it from McNaughton and Lyle Craig. It's fair to say that the comeback king, Pete Mitchell, is on some good form in the Keirin as well. Could he potentially do the double?
That would be awesome to see. You know, I rode with Pete, and we were on the squad together when I started. He's been around then. We went to Rio together, so I know Pete quite well, and I've seen him in here a few times, but I was like, oh, he's just doing, you know, the odd bit, you know, bit of coaching, showing the riders how to do it. Turns out he's been really putting in the work because he's absolutely flying, so to see him do the double would be great. Not quite sure what happened to Edward Baker there. He seemed to have pulled up really early, so I'm not sure why he dropped out. It would have been good to see him up there mixing it up, but he seemed to have swung up quite early.
And there you have it. Pete Mitchell, Harvey McNaughton and Lyle Craig go into the fight for gold. William Munday, Oliver Alul, Edward Baker, they will go into the minor final and battle it out for those 7th to 12th places. That is our men's Keirin semi-finals. The Keirin final, the men's Keirin final will be our last race of the day here this afternoon. We're going to move back to scratch racing. So we're going to move back to the men's scratch final. This is 80 laps of the track, 20 kilometers. And unfortunately, we just heard that William Tidball, the world champ, is not starting in the final.
That's unfortunate.
A shame. Yeah.
It was great to see him out there this morning with the rest of the boys mixing it up. He seemed really comfortable in there. Would have been nice to see how he went in this final when he was really, you know, giving it some.
Would indeed. Right, let's run you through who you're going to be watching and in the men's scratch final. So we'll got a big field here in our men's scratch final. So, at the blue band, so at the bottom of the track, we have Jack Hartley. So at the blue band, we have from Cycling Sheffield, Jack Hartley, did a great ride, absolute blinder in qualification. We have from Shibden Apex Racing Team, Denham Edwards, Archie Fletcher from 360 Cycling, Sam Fisher from the Anexo Group Racing Team, Ben Marsh from Hub BCC Racing Team, Andrew Brinkley from OVB. We have Finn Tarling from Willevrodville from Route. We have Liam Davison from Adform Vive Lavello. Henry Hobbs from Willevrodville for Route. We have Keir Gaffney from the Vanelli Project Go, Thomas Adby from Mud Dot Racing, James Sweeney from Beeston. At the fence, Ryan Oldfield of Hales Owen Athletic and Cycling Club. We have Ross Burrell from Mini Discar, Will Perrett from Spirit TVW. We have James Ambrose Paris from Tap Callas, Nathan Hardy from Team PB Performance, David Brearley from Adform Vive Lavello, Josh Gilbert from Ilkson Cycling Club, Josh Price from Friva SRCT. We have Dylan Burton Owen from VC Londra, Timothy Torrey from Tane Sharp Elite, and Will Roberts from St. Piran. If you've never watched a scratch race, tune into track cycling for the first time. The scratch race, one of the easiest races in order to tell you who the winner is. It's the first rider across the line who is the winner. If you haven't been with us throughout our scratch races so far, it's it's the only track race. Now, if you gain a lap on the field, you are deemed to be one lap in front. So we'll see how this final is ridden. And Kadina, sometimes with a bunch final like this, you know, that pressure, it can kind of almost sort of neutralize the race early on, and we'll know very early if they're going to go absolutely eyeballs out from the start, or whether it's going to be a little bit more cagey.
Yeah, I always find championships finals, it becomes more technical and tactical when you've got these big bunch races. No one really wants to go out hard, you know, they're thinking about the win and thinking about saving their legs best possible. And everyone's kind of looking around to see what everyone else is doing. So I'd like to see a high pace here, but with it being a final and, you know, that jersey on the line, I'm pretty sure they're all going to be looking around and wondering what each other's doing.
She's got a bit of a mechanical. They're just sorting out the bike.
Got Lucia Steele down there. She's helping out Team Scotland. She used to be a sprinter on the British squad. It's good to see that she's still involved with cycling.
Definitely. And anyone that's not had to do this, to get your chain, the chain tension is so important on a track bike, you know, too tight, and you can't have it too tight, you can't have it too loose because it can come off, and that's not what
no, it's it's one of those things. To be fair, I think in my first year of cycling, I never learned how to do it because John Norfolk just did it for me every time, and everyone was laughing at me because when I went to Rio and won my first title, I didn't know how to change a gear. I'd never rode at the top of the track, but I learned, and it is a real technical thing, and I think it's different for some people as well. Some people like it a little bit more tighter. Some people like it a little bit on the loose side, but you've got to be careful because you don't want it to come off. But you also don't want it to be too tight because you don't want it to snap, or, you know, it to just not be smooth when you're pedaling. So, yeah, it's a tricky thing, and I think just before a race, it's not something you want to be thinking about. So it's good when you've got someone on hand to be able to sort that for you.
Yeah, you've got to make sure everything is in place. I've spent my whole life just get your pedals going really quick, and then you just shake your bike up and down in the air just to make sure that your chain wasn't
make sure it's going to stay on. Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot of changes as well in that bunch races. The new handlebars that everyone's riding with the little, almost like they're almost like little molded brake levers.
Little thumbs, I think they are. Little thumbs on the top. Just everyone's just resting on, or little turtle humps.
And if you weren't with us earlier on, we've just been saying now they're testing. You can see them now. This is the position, because track bikes are always you're on the drops. That was it. Anyone who rode on the tops back in, you know, not even up till recently, it was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's not aerodynamic.
You're on the track, right on the drops. But now we're now seeing the sort of growth of these bars and the wind tunnel testing. You know, Tony Brooks from Brooks Cycles and Track Centre was telling me, you know, the testing is almost as quick as the skis sometimes in some of them, which is why we saw in the kilo riders decided to go with those bars.
Yeah, it's interesting because there was a couple of guys in the kilos that weren't on the skis. They were using these instead, which is interesting because most of the times you'd expect them to go into their tri-bars.
So the riders you can see here, Henry Hobbs swills off Willevord. It's a very, you can see just sometimes you'll see riders, they'll do that half lap, then they'll swing up, but you're seeing straight away now, it's a very cagey scratch race that we've got. Riders not wanting to do too much on the front, maybe a little quarter lap here and there, then swing up. You are starting to get first little dig now going in from Liam Davison of Ad Form Vive La Velo.
Yeah, it's first bit of acceleration we've got there. Seems like a bit of a move, but we're going to start to swing up again now. See if the pressure's kept on.
So you're just now coming through to the front. William Perrott from Spirit swings right up the track, drops right down towards the back.
Such a big group of riders in there, isn't there? It's a big old group.
Archie Fletcher hit the front, felt that he had a gap, decides to swing right up the track. Just looking around, no one quite wanting to take this up at the moment. 80 laps. It is a lot. It is a fairly long way.
Yeah, it is. Be interesting to see, you know, if they keep, you know, with these little moves, because that can get pretty tiresome. You know, the change of speed throughout, you know, this 80 laps.
So just having a look around. Josh Tarling, Finn Tarling, sorry, younger brother of Josh Tarling. I was about to say that, get my brothers the wrong way round. So Finn Tarling, the younger brother of Josh Tarling, who's making a fairly big name for himself in the world of cycling. Getting a bit of a stretch now in the bunch. So really keeping the pressure on is Ben Marsh of the Hub. Also coming through there, Ross Burrell of that mini disc car team. And you always know as a bunch rider as well, you sense when there is those moments within racing always that you get that sense of when you can go. You'll feel that maybe that little bit of a lull in pace when the bunch all swings up. You know, for anyone that's watching a bunch race for the first time, your attacks can come from anywhere. Drop down in the middle of the bunch, go all the way around the top, rubbing your knuckles on the boards.
Yeah. I think as well with this track, just because of the nice little like swing down you get off it, it's quite easy, like if there's a little lull, just to drop in and get a real, like, you know, acceleration off the front of the group and get away if they're not, you know, paying attention.
Yeah, take everyone by surprise. You can have that sort of quarter of a lap gap before anybody realises that you've gone. James Sweeney from Beeston goes through to the front quite quickly. No one quite wanting to take this one up. David Brearley from Ad Form swings around. And you can see quite often riders, you're seeing the same jerseys back through towards the front quite regularly. Tarling follows teammate through towards the front, Henry Hobbs. And Finn Tarling, so Finn Tarling wearing number 118. Both of the riders from the Willebrot team on the same bikes. The orange colours there, Joshua Gilbert of Ilkeston Cycling Club. 62 laps to go this time. If you're just joining us, it's the men's scratch race final. And it is being, it's a fairly rapid pace so far at the moment. So it always, when it's really quick like this, it makes it harder and harder to try and get clear. So not quite, anyone not quite really wanting to attack as of yet. So So just a quick little glance there. You can see there was that little gap there by Finn Tarling. Decides not to capitalise. Next rider hitting the front there, Nathan Hardy from Team PB Performance. And a really highly sought after championship title race is the men's scratch race. I mean, you know, whether it's a national championship or a world championship, you know, you've stood on the top of many a podium in your career, Kadina, but you know, all of that prep coming down into this, there's a huge amount of pressure that all of these riders put on yourself as an athlete, isn't there?
Yeah, I think that I always say that the most pressure that you have normally as an athlete is pressure that comes from yourself. Obviously, you have external pressures, but you always want to perform. You know the work that you put in. You know what you're capable of, and you want to come out here to these championships and show everyone like what you are really capable of, and show yourself what you're capable of, and just prove that the work you put in is really being good and being worthwhile. So you want to come out here and have your best day, whether that's coming out here and getting on the top step and being national champion, or whether that's improving on the position you came last year, or if it's a timed event, whether just do a PB. I think everyone has their different goals at a championship, but what you want to do is just come out here and be your best version of yourself.
And that's it. It's not, we can sometimes become quite win-centric in what what we look at in a championship. But sometimes, as you said, it can be just qualifying for the final.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, because I remember maybe as a junior, like I used to get so caught up in the fact that I hadn't medalled, I hadn't gotten into the final. And actually sometimes you have to take a step back, and rather than looking at outcome goals, I started looking at process goals. That's something I did before Tokyo. And actually when you focus on more the process, I think the outcome just comes. So yeah, I think sometimes you just have to have mini goals, and for me, I think focusing on process goals is something I've thought was worthwhile. And also I tell junior athletes, we just see two athletes coming off the front of the bunch here.
Nathan Hardy going clear with Timothy Torrey from Train Sharp Elite. So these two riders going on the attack, but quite quickly now we're starting to get some riders coming up. So we've got Henry Hobbs coming across from Vilvoorde. Henry Hobbs, you can see those riders there just dropping down onto the back of the group. So we've got a bit of a breakaway going clear, and this could be the catalyst really to kick things off. 50 laps to go. As we're starting to get a few moves now. Henry Hobbs on the front, just driving this one forward. Nathan Hardy latches in the wheel. It's all back together.
Yeah, Will Parrott still on the front there, not wanting to let go. And we just see him swing up now, realising that move's gone.
So last year's scratch race, we had Joe Holt from Tekkers, Matt Brennan from Frensham House, Mass Design, Jack Rutkin-Gray from Superior, Will Tidball, Noah Hobbs, William Pellet, Will Roberts, Jed Smith, and Ross Burrell and Ben Marsh was your top 10 in the men's scratch race a year ago. Finn Tarling through to the front.
A lot can change in a year there. That's the really good thing about these national championships. We see, athletes that hadn't made the final, haven't made the top 10, hadn't gotten to the podium, just creeping up and being there, which is so great to see. Or you see the likes of Pete Mitchell just coming back in and dominating.
Yeah, moving up. So Will Roberts of St. Piran. St. Piran colours, the black with the Cornish tartan from St. Piran. So William Roberts through to the front, swings up the track. Denholm Edwards of Shibden Apex, green and black colours. It's quite noticeable that at the moment, Kadina, that Will Parrott is not dropping all the way down through the group. He's constantly back up towards the front, and that as a scratch rider can be a bit of a tell. If you're feeling like you've got good legs, you're feeling like you could win this one, you're dropping in maybe 5-10 riders down the line, which is why you're just rolling straight back through towards the front again.
Yeah, he's not wanting to sit at the back really, he's wanting to be up there just in case there is any moves, so that he can cover it, because yeah, he looks like he's got the legs to be able to press on and really dominate this race.
So Seeing those purple colours as well. Ryan Oldfield of Hales Owen swings up the track. And he does make that move yet again, but we saw him bowling through a little while ago. Liam Davidson of bad form now makes a big attack. Davidson attacks as we see Will Perrott on the front of the bunch, but this is a good move now. They'll see 41 laps to go when they come around this time. Liam Davidson decides to throw down the challenge here in this one. This is a big move. We'll see if they keep the chase behind. What you need first, Katina, isn't it? It's that first quarter of a lap, but he decides that the speed of the bunch is just too much. Just takes the pressure off.
Yeah, we're at that halfway point now, though, so they'll be thinking about, you know, those positions, whether to try and get a lap. You know, if they can get that little quarter of a lap and then the half a lap and then, you know, just get on the back. I think in this race with the bunch moving so quick, you're going to have to break away with a couple of riders to be able to get away, it seems.
Mud Dog rider Thomas Abbey. Ben Marsh from Hub in there. So you can see pressure off. Is anyone bold enough to make another move here in this one? If you're just joining us, it's the men's scratch race final at the British Track National Championships. Everyone up and down the track. You can just see swinging up and down. Tarling makes a move. So big move. Finn Tarling goes on the attack, and he uses, you were talking, Katina, as well. You were someone that rides that, the transition of the track, used that absolutely beautifully there.
Yeah, he's done a great job there, and he's, you know, gained that quarter of a lap so quickly because of the speed you can get on the track. And there's a few of them that are chasing down, but he's gotten a big little gap here.
Finn Tarling on the offensive here. He rides for the Willebroek team. The pressure around the bunch just a little bit, but William Perrott takes it up. Willie wants to be the rider though, but so's this gap up. Finn Tarling, the bunch swings around. Everyone's looking at each other. This might be the moment that Finn Tarling needs now. It could be advantage.
Yeah, there's this lull here, so if he can keep the pressure on here, this could be a great moment for him. Will Perrott's back on the front there, but he's swung up again, so I think this is a great opportunity for him if he can just keep the pressure on.
And that's it as a in a scratch race as well. If they don't get you back quickly within a couple of laps, everyone starts to think about the outcome of this race, starts to think how much they're going to take out of their legs in the sprint. But Finn Tarling has got about the length of the finishing straight advantage over the bunch behind. Each time the bunch swings up and the momentum goes out of it, it does hand the advantage to our lone leader. So quarter of a lap advantage now for Finn Tarling. Taking it up behind though, Tim Torrey. Swings up, Tarling decides the gap's not opening quick enough. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to play that calculation, haven't you? If you don't get that half lap within maybe 4 laps, it's time to just knock off the pressure. Denholm Edwards of Shipton Apex, next rider to go, but also just swings up, decides he's not building that advantage quick enough.
Yeah, the bunch seems to move really quick when they get going, so no one's able to really break away and get that, you know, half a lap within a few laps. And yeah, when you're pressing on by yourself, it's very fatiguing, so they'll be thinking about those last few laps and maybe saving themselves for that and the burn up at the end of that.
They'll see 28 laps to go this time. It's 80 laps, this 20-kilometer scratch race final. As we get closer and closer to that bunch sprint, we'll expect some big moves from those riders that might perhaps feel that they don't have the out-and-out power in a bunch sprint. Maybe you'll perhaps sometimes get them 16 laps to go with 4K to go, with 12 to go with 3K to go, or that late last-ditch effort with about 8 laps to go is a really good time to launch one and when everyone is just starting to collect themselves and start thinking about a bunch sprint.
It's getting closer and closer to that bunch sprint, isn't it?
So rolling through the Beaston rider there, James Sweeney, looks around.
Whittle down the bunch.
So we've had a few attacks. It almost seems there were those little testing attacks when the Cadena not quite fully invested.
Yeah, no one's quite 100% committed yet. There's just been, mini attacks. Everyone just testing the bunch, seeing who's got the legs, seeing, if they're going to bring them back in. So yeah, we've got another break off the front here with 2 riders. Hopefully if they work together, they can continue to press on and build this gap over the bunch.
Tim Torrey is your rider in the red and blue. David Brearley here for Adform Vive La Velo. So the two riders off the front here, and this is the beauty of the scratch race at the Nationals as well. We're coming with riders that might perhaps be in the big favourites, and then you get someone like that can just sneak off the front and snatch it.
Yep, and that's what we're seeing here. They've got a quarter of a lap and they're working together really well, so they could just gain a lap off the front of this group. The group's getting pretty fractured now.
So just chasing down Nathan Hardy of Team PB Performance, chasing down behind. That's our 2 leaders, but the reaction behind might just bring this one back together. We're getting Will Perrott that's now attacking off the front of the group. Josh Tarling is on, Finn Tarling, apologies, I keep getting all my brothers mixed up. Force a habit, but it's Finn Tarling that brings this one back together. So closing this one back up, 2 Belvoir riders. So good move by Henry Hobbs, it was, that took over from his teammate. Will Perrott now drops down the track. Sam Fisher in there in the reds.
Will's not committing to any of these moves. He's just testing the bunch here. You see him, put a little bit of an acceleration in and then swing up.
Sam Fisher, rider, he was paired with Finn Tarling in the Ghent 6-day. So great experience for them riding in front of a very raucous, very loud Belgian crowd in the Keuken Velodrome when they started Omloop Het Nieuwsblad yesterday. This is where Denom Edwards is just sneaking a little gap there. Sometimes you just have take a quick cheeky glance over your shoulder and just make a big move. But we got 17 laps to go. This is the point where we start to think about a bunch sprint. And if you're in there and you're thinking, I don't want to bring this down to a bunch sprint, this is where drift a little bit further back, see if there's a lull, and then hit it over the top.
Yeah, most definitely. There's this opportunity now where there is these lulls to just drop in and get away.
16 laps, 4 kilometers to go. Ryan Oldfield swings up the track. Joshua Price from Thriva SRCT, that sort of black and fluorescent pink coloured kit. Pressure goes out the bunch. Denom Edwards quickly through to the front, gets a bit of height. And William Perrott in that blue of spirits. Henry Hobbs swings up, no one quite wanting to take it. Ross Burrell, as he said, he was up there in the top 10 last year, was Ross Burrell. In those sort of yellow and fluorescent yellow, white, navy blue colours, sort of Intermarché Pro Team colours. Tim Torrey here from Train Sharp has looked really strong throughout this one. Dylan Burton Owen launches a move here from VC Londra. This is the sort of late move that can sometimes really pay off when the VC Londra rider attacks. And it is our colours of St. Piran and Will Roberts that chases down. 12 laps to go, 3K to the finish, and that attack though, Cadena has started to put just a little bit of a hole in the bunch.
Yep, really breaking the bunch up. We've got two kind of bunches here now, unless this gap gets closed.
So Joshua Price at the top of the track. Ross Burrell drops into the bottom of the track. So on the front here now. Watch out for those riders that have just been fairly stealthy in this race so far. So just at the bottom of the track, Jack Hartley of Cycling Sheffield. Big move now. Will Perrott, Henry Hobbs, give chase, Ross Burrell. So Will Perrott now makes his move. 8 laps to go. As we said, this is the sort of perfect timing. But Henry Hobbs gets on, so does Ross Burrell. So we've got 3 riders that are off the front. This is our gold, silver and bronze positions that are now going clear. Henry Hobbs, Ross Burrell and Will Perrott. As they look around, they've got to persist with this one. Will Perrott on the front. 6 laps to go this time. Now we battle it out for the medals. It's back together at the front. Henry Hobbs, though, looks around. Ross Burrell, watch now. We're going to go 5 laps to go. This one is going to come down to a bunch sprint from the look of it. Jack Hartley right towards the front. Where is this scratch title going? Archie Fletcher is the rider at the bottom of the track. Sam Fisher takes it up. Sam Fisher, the young Welshman, launches a move off the front with 4 laps to go. Sam Fisher hunting for his first elite national title. The young Welsh rider absolutely smashes it. This could be perfect timing. As we said, 4 laps to go is a perfect time to make a move. And Sam Fisher, we know this young rider, he's got the speed, he's got the power to hold this one. He's going to see 2 laps to go this time. Sam Fisher hunting for an elite scratch title. Archie Fletcher behind him from 360. Sam Fisher, he's been feeling under the weather over the first 2 days. He was telling me earlier he was feeling better. 1 lap to go. It's going to be a dream nationals for the young Welshman. Into the back straight, and you can see Roberts from St. Piran hunting it down. It is a first elite national title for Sam Fisher from Wales. He takes it, and Archie Fletcher hangs on for the silver medal. Boom! Sam Fisher, what a ride. We said that 1K to go, Kadina, that 4-lap extra burn late on, perfect timing.
Great final attack. He really sent it in those last 4 laps, and he committed with everything he had. Absolutely perfect ride from him.
And it's that confidence, isn't it? I can take 4 laps. As I said, I was over at the Ghent 6 day. I saw him race there, and it's that sort of preparation. And he was telling he's not been feeling well. And he told me this morning when we came into the track, I saw him and he said, I feel a little bit better today.
Well, definitely feels a bit better, and I'm sure this medal will make him feel even better. A well-deserved jersey there for him, national jersey.
Yeah. And I know his mum and dad are here as well. They've been in the camp or outside. And his, I think I could hear his dad over the top of everybody else. He drowned out the rest of the crowd at Ghent as well. But this is, again, as we've been saying, this is the essence of the Nationals, isn't it? These young riders coming through and just springing a surprise.
Yeah, and this is what we want to see. We want to see this young talent coming through and just showcasing. And I always say with the youngsters, you know, they've got no fear. Like, they just go for it, and they've got this air of confidence. And you saw that with him. He didn't, you know, care who was in that race. He knew he was going to absolutely send it in those last 4 laps, and that's exactly what he did.
Fortune favours the brave, as we say. And that was such a great example of a scratch race for anyone that's tuning in that might be quite new to that. And you can see that sort of ebb and flow of the race and those few little testing attacks, but just, yeah, big move right at the end there. Thanks for your company. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the British Cycling Track National Championships That is the men's scratch race final. I'm going to hand you over to Carl Lawrenson, my colleague, who will take you through our victory ceremonies for the women's Keirin and our men's scratch final. We have 3 more finals to go here in this year's British National Track Championships. We have the women's team sprint final, we have the women's points race final, and we will have the final of the men's Keirin. Don't go anywhere, keep it right here on our YouTube channel this afternoon for more action from the National Track Champs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 British Cycling National Track Championships, Women's Keirin. The medals and the gifts will be presented by Senior Lecturer at the Manchester Metropolitan University, Dr. Anne Thompson. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Wales Racing Academy, Amy Cole. Winner of the silver medal, representing Team Inspired, Rhianne Edmonds. Winner of the gold medal and national track champion, representing Team Inspired, Lauren Bell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 British Cycling National Track Championships, men's scratch race. The medals and gifts will be presented by Head of Elite Sport and Events at GLL, Emma Foden. Winner of the bronze medal, representing St. Piran, William Roberts. Winner of the silver medal, representing 360 cycling, Archie Fletcher. Winner of the gold medal and national track champion, representing Wales Racing Academy, Sam Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists.
I'm in track centre with 2 times British champion Lauren Bell in the Keirin and the individual sprint. Lauren, tell us a little bit about how much it means to you to win these British stripes.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think Nationals is always a special one, and especially being in Manchester, where we train day in, day out, and the crowd always shows up. So yeah, it's really special.
It's special. And what for you was the most exciting race, the sprint or the Keirin?
I think I always find Keirin a bit more exciting because there's more like unpredictable things that can happen. You know, you can get boxed in, you can just go to the front and die, kind of stuff like that. So I think that's always the exciting one, the Keirin.
Definitely. And for the sprint, there's so much tactics involved. We've seen you actually ride a lot from the front. Is that a tactic that you like to use?
I think there's just a lot of opportunities that presented themselves. I've worked with Scott, kind of given me some basic principles to try follow, and I thought Nationals is a perfect opportunity to, you know, delve into that and try learn more. So I think I was just really using the opportunity to learn everything I could.
And you came out on the right foot using those opportunities. And you're also a silver medalist in the team sprint at Glasgow in the World Championships last year. What position were you in the team sprint? Tell us a little bit about that.
So I was position 1, and I had Sophie Capewell in 2 with Emma Finucane in 3. So yeah, that was a great time, especially being home worlds and in Scotland for me. It was amazing and very unforgettable.
Brilliant. Well done for your racing this evening and your 2 British National Championships jerseys. We'll be looking forward to seeing how you do it in the next year. And back to the racing.
Thank you, Charlene. 3 races to go here at the British Cycling
Can't believe
Track
it's nearly coming to an
National
end.
I know. You get that sort of sense of post. You get that when we get to the final few races, don't we? That you kind of get to that kind of, oh, I don't want it to come to an end.
Yeah, no. Feels like it's still like, you know, you've had some good races, so everyone's still pumped and on a high.
Yes.
I mean, the athletes are probably absolutely knackered, but I'm ready and raring for more.
If you are just tuning in, Marty McDonald and Katina Cox with you to take you through our final races. And what 3 races to finish on? We will have the women's team sprint finals, we will have the women's points race final, and the men's Keirin final. Those are the last 3 championship races that the riders will be fighting for. So we have the women's team sprint finals to come, and we have the gold and silver ride-off.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. Going to be an absolute great race between these two. Millie and Rihanna had pretty similar opening laps, both 19.0s in that first round, so it'll be interesting to see if they go quicker. It's warmer in here, the track seems to be running faster, so it'll be really interesting to see, and hopefully Georgette Rand can get closer to Emma Finucane and get onto the back of her, which would help them to a faster time. And the same with Iona Mir, if she can get closer to Rihanna and just close that gap a little bit and be able to rush it, they could also improve their time significantly. So we'll see how this one goes.
So at the top of the track, Georgette Rand wearing 58. In the gate, 71. Millie Tanner, Sophie Capewell coming in for the final.
Oh.
And we've got Rihanna Parris-Smith, Iona Muir and Edmonds in the back straight. So it comes down to a straight fight between the squad riders, and it's Rihanna Parris-Smith in the back straight that gets their team up to speed. We'll watch the line. So Team Inspire in the home straight, Team Inspired in the back straight, and Team Inspired are fractionally down at the moment. So taking it up through that half lap split, and Rian Edmonds comes through. We come up to the start position to 1 lap to go. This time throwing that bike at the line and bringing it round. Georgette Rand's going to finish this one off. Watch the line as we come round to their start positions. It is super tight, as it always is in the team sprint, and we stop the clock, and it's Team Inspire that take it. So Millie Tanner, Sophie Capewell and Georgette Rand take the gold. Team Inspired of Rihanna Parris-Smith, Iona Muir and Rian Edmonds take the silver. That was close.
Yeah, that was very close race, all the way through that as well. It was really close. We knew it was going to be close, and that was actually better from both teams. The gaps weren't as big. They seemed to have pulled it together. Bringing Sophie Capewell in there was great in that second P2 lap. And yeah, it was a smoother transition from her to Georgette Rand.
And what's interesting when you watch the way Sophie Capewell in P2 came through, you know, throws the bike at the line. There's that sort of instinct, isn't there?
Yeah, making sure, you know, she crosses that line, and, you know, her time is also good. You know, her lap time is important as well, especially when you're looking at the team and, you know, who's going to different competitions. The GB coaches will look at those times. So throwing the back at the line, but it's just habit, you know, as an athlete, you're always throwing your back at the line, just making sure you cross first in any race.
And you're rider one in the mixed team sprint in the para team.
Yeah.
You know, how much work do you put into that opening lap out of the gate?
Yeah, so a lot of work goes into it. As a para rider, we don't do as much work on it. We used to do quite a bit of work on it, but we've kind of not done as much this year, which shows in our team. But you watch the body teams, and they're constantly working together. As I mentioned, Rihanna Parris-Smith, Iona Mir and Rian Edmonds are always working together. So with the girls, you know, Sophie Capewell, Millie, and the rest of the girls will always be working together. And the team sprint boys are always working hard on making sure they perfect those transitions, because, you know, getting out of that gate is so important. Ali Smith, he is constantly working on that first like 30 meters, and it shows. He's great out of the gate.
Do you almost as well, sort of instinctively, do you just sometimes, as a sort of from a psychology, do you ever just listen to the beeps and go through, you know, that process of the start without being in the gate?
Yeah, I literally just have, not even when I'm at training, like I have like the sound of the beeps like on my phone, and I'll just listen to it sometimes, and just, you know, get my head back into it, especially like say while I've been injured and unable to start, just, you know, getting my head into that, you know, and just like, even if I'm just sat and then just like moving and just in a movement like when the beep goes, so I'm just getting my mind into knowing that, you know, when I hear that last beep, I need to be able to move.
It's all about that timing. We're going to move back to bunch racing now, and the women's points race final. 80 laps of the track, 20 kilometers with 8 sprints, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on the sprints. We have double points on the final sprint. If you're new to track cycling, the points race, if you gain a lap, you are not a lap in the lead. You get 20 points added to your points tally. If you lose a lap, you also lose 20 points. So you can see riders that can take multiple laps within a points race and really bump up that total. So we do see riders in points races that go for the sprints, and other riders that just focus on trying to gain those laps. So let's run you through who you're going to be watching in the battle for the British title. On the blue band at the bottom of the track, Frankie Hall from Das Hansling, Laura Davies from Jaden Vive Lavero Glaston, Maddie Leach from Life Plus Wahoo. You've got Lucy Nelson from Torelli. We have Danielle Watkinson from Jaden Vive Lavero Glasden. You've got Victoria Smith from the Albert Development Team, Grace Lister from Hess Cycling, Kate Richardson of Life Plus Wahoo, from Tafoti Everyone Active, Caris Lloyd and Abigail Miller. From Lidl Trek, you have Izzy Sharp. At the fence, at the top of the track, Jenny Hole from Loughborough Lightning. From Tafoti Everyone Active, Erin Boothman. Rebecca Gardner from Lee Valley Youth CC. From Hope Factory Racing, Kat Ferguson. From Das Hansling, Charlotte Hodgkins Burr. From Albert Development, Elodie Shaw. From Tafoti Everyone Active, Ella Tandy and Marie Porton. From Live CC Halo Films, you've got Caris Blowers. From Shibden Apex, you've got Lucy Glover, Arabella Blackburn and Esther Wong. That is who you are watching out for in our penultimate race of the day. It's a big field. It's usually chaos and mayhem in the points race. We will do our best to keep a track of the points tallies, who is gaining what. And if you do get a glimpse and you're watching the screens, the commissaire in the track centre will point to the front of the race always if you're in the track and you see someone who looks official pointing at the riders. That is the commissaire who always points out the riders. And where we are. And we'll get together with a bunch, then the gun will fire and we will get things underway. Away we go. We are off and racing. Jenny Hall starting out there for Loughborough Lightning, swings up, looks around. Kat Ferguson takes over on the front. Frankie Hall had a great morning, did Frankie Hall. And then you see that style there of Maddie Leach. She's got Maddie Leach on the bike. She's got one of those styles. She just folds herself into the bike. She's so aero on that bike.
Yeah, no, she's got a great position on that bike.
Danielle Watkinson of Jaden Vive Lavero Glasden on the front. One of the revelations of these national championships is the Jaden Vive Lavero rider, Danielle Watkinson, new to track cycling. Caught up with her just before the session as well, and really now, if you haven't been with us throughout the weekend, crossing over from rugby, this is probably like her 6th bunch race ever at a national championship. She just says now, you know, I'm really gonna go for it now,
yeah,
which is great.
Yeah, no, it's great to see new talent coming across, and you know the fact that she's rode a couple of bunch races prior to being here, and he's just absolutely throwing herself into it. She's braver than me.
And what her and her boyfriend James were telling me as well is that, you know, she's been riding the local track league, and in the category that they had her in, she was lapping the field at the track league, and we were saying, well, you know, you're taking double points in a national qualification of the points race. You're lapping the field in the qualification of the scratch race as well. So it is, and that's always what we've said, you know, today. So apologies if you heard us earlier on. If you've been with us all day, thanks. But it's that crossover, and that shows as well the different sort of abilities that other sports give you that transfer really well into cycling.
Yeah, definitely. It's that power and that endurance, you know, when you've got games like rugby and football where you're running around and changing a pace for so long. It's somewhat similar to, you know, being out there on a bike and doing a scratch race, because it is that change of pace and needing to accelerate at different points in the race.
73 laps to go. We're getting towards our first sprint. It's Danielle Watkinson on the front for Jaden Vive-Lavello. As Izzy Sharp on the inside there for the Lidl Trek team. She just moving up. Esther Wong through to the front. Sharp on the front here. That Lidl Trek jersey will also act as a bit of a beacon for everybody. They're going to be watching out for the silver medalist in last year's World Junior Time Trial Championships. A new pro, first-year pro with Lidl Trek. Just on the inside there's that Torelli jersey just coming through of Lucy Nelson on that inside line. Bell lap this time, first sprint, so the first of our 8 sprints here. Kate Richardson moving around the outside of the group. Still Nelson towards the front here from Torelli. Kate Richardson, individual pursuit champion already in these championships, comes through and takes that first sprint. So 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Grace Lister now moves through towards the front, and there is in that points race as well, sometimes there's that settling process once you get that first sprint behind you, and a lot of riders don't often want to go for that first sprint. They want to just feel, it just settles the nerves when you get that first one out of the way.
Yeah, just that little bit of nerves going into it. Everyone's a bit twitching, you know, cagey in the first bit. You just want to get that first one out of the way and then, you know, just breathe a little bit.
I think some of the riders they've got to watch out for in this race, Frankie Hall, is going to want to take laps. Jenny Hall is our late on rider who might again be looking to try and just take some laps here and there up against those points race riders that favour going for multiple sprints instead of trying to take laps.
Yeah, got some strong riders in there that can take the laps, and if they see an opportunity they will drop down and do it. I was watching Jenny training the other day and she was sitting on the motorbike doing a couple of laps and then doing some absolutely massive sprints every couple of laps, I guess, in preparation for this.
So coming through. So there's confirmation of your first sprint. Kate Richardson takes 5, Lucy Nelson the 3, Abigail Miller and Elodie Shaw are your point scorers. So we're starting to get that move off the front here. Charlotte Hodgkins-Byrne from the Das Hansling team. Another move. She was very, very active this morning with Charlotte. And then those Live CC Halo Films, Karis Blowers coming through in those purple and white colours. Grace Lister not far away. 3 laps to go into the next sprint.
It's really strung out now after that first attack there.
And that's it, you've got to watch out that there's no splits start to occur and you get caught on the long side of them. So Izzy Sharp hits the front, doesn't want to do too much. Lucy Glover, that second wheel.
See Jenny Hall moving through now, just trying to get to the front of this bunch for this sprint.
Grace Lister comes around the outside. Kat Ferguson in the centre in those green and black colours of Hope Factory Racing. Kate Richardson moves up. Maddie Leach now, Leach on the inside here from Life Plus Wahoo. Jenny Hall, though, takes a flyer over the top, gets some height. Will drop in with 1 lap to go to our sprint. So Jenny Hall, scratch champ, through now, leading this one out from Kate Richardson. Richardson with Karis Lloyd of Tofoti. Grace Lister on the inside from Hester. Moves up, but Jenny Hall, is she going to take maximum points? She's not. Kate Richardson moves through to take that one. Bit of a gap now. Are they going to persist with this? There's a split right down the centre of the bunch. Dangerous times here. Izzy Sharp on the front. They've got to close this one down. So that split, Grace Lister, as the camera focuses in there, the last rider, but they're just bringing it back together. But it is Lucy Nelson of Torelli that's having to do the work. There's still a bit of a split. Izzy Sharp at the moment, caught on the wrong side of it here, Kadina.
Yeah, there seems to be a few of them that just didn't close the gap with the rest of that bunch. So we've got 2 bunches that are just beginning to come together again now. But quite a bit of hard work to be able to pull that together.
He saw that big shot, the bunch back together. We have, I'll give you some points tally. So at the top of the standings, Kate Richardson of Live Plus Wahoo. She is leading with 10 points. Jenny Hole with 3. Lucy Nelson with 3. In second, fourth, Grace Lister has 2. Abigail Miller has 2. Karis Lloyd and Elodie Shaw 1 apiece. We have 56 laps to go. Frankie Hall coming through to the front. There's confirmation of sprint 2 of 8. Kate Richardson takes it with 5. Jenny Hall with 3. Grace Lister with 2. And Karis Lloyd taking that 1. We just got a little move now up the inside of the bunch. Frankie Hall answers that one, gets a little bit of height. We've got 54 laps to go next time of the 80 laps total. I'm starting to feel now we might start to get some attacks. Watch the sort of middle of the bunch when we swing up like this. Riders that might just drop down, use that height of the banking, just decide to go. Just after a sprint is also a really good time to sort of launch a move.
Yeah, you know, you can just keep the pressure on after the sprint and just keep moving forwards when everyone starts to swing up and they haven't quite realised that you're continuing to press on.
So just coming through on the inside. Davis from Jaden Vivlavello just drops down on the front, just kind of let everyone know a little bit that she was going. Straight on are those Lucy Nelson from Torelli, Grace Lister in those green, white and grey colours from the new Hess team. Attack now going in those Tofuti colours. Erin Boothman starts to make a move over the top. Maddie Leach right on the front. Leach just folds those hands over the top of the bars. 1 lap to go into the next sprint. Maddie Leach leading this one out here for Live Plus Wahoo. Those Tofuti jerseys trying to get up there. Grace Lister just kind of pinned on the inside just a little bit. We'll try and find her way through as we run up towards the line. Leach, it looks like, or she just gets past right at the line there. So it looks like Karis Lloyd coming through. She could be a bit of an outside bet for this one. Yeah. Karis Lloyd active in the first few sprints.
You see Early Shaw's just pressed on there as we come out of the sprint, as we spoke about earlier. She's just continued to press on.
Yeah, with good time, because everyone's kind of gassed a little bit from that sprint. So if you've got that sort of endurance to be able to just hit them straight after that sprint, sometimes it can be the moment when you spring a surprise. And now where the bunch kind of the pressure goes out, this is also a really good time. And see Jenny Hole getting height here. She'll just try and take a flyer. Look at Jenny Hole now going right, rubbing her knuckles around the wall at the top, launches it over the top. And the Manchester Velodrome here, the way that the track moves, the transitions of this track, that's an absolutely perfect move.
Yeah. If she can keep this pressure on now and keep moving, we see Frankie Hall. I think that is that Maddie Leach there, or...
So Frankie Hall, Kate Richardson, that's coming across. So 5 points to Karis Lloyd. There's your overall standings. So Kate Richardson has 10, Karis Lloyd has 6, Grace Lister 4, and Maddie Leach has 3. Jenny Hall of Loughborough Lightning on the attack here. She's got 2 chasers in Frankie Hall and Kate Richardson. Pressure off the bunch. This could be a good moment for these 3 riders. So Elodie Shaw in 9th with 1 point. Jenny Hall looks back over the shoulder. She'll welcome the reinforcements. The experience there of Jenny Hall shows. Kate Richardson comes through to the front. These 3 now. You've got to get this organised really quickly now, Kadina, haven't you? A little breakaway like this.
We've got to start working together, otherwise they are just going to get reeled back in by the bunch. So hopefully they decide to work together rather than just swinging up, which seems like they're doing. doing little turns each. They've got about a quarter of a lap on the bunch now, so they can keep this pressure on.
So good move. So it's our leader in the green and grey colours there of Life Plus Wahoo, Kate Richardson. She's at the top of the standings with 10 points. Jenny Hall currently 4th with 4 points. And Frankie Hall, who lapped the field in the qualification this morning, is the other rider that's in our break. We're getting half a lap lead now.
Yeah. They're working well together now, these three, which is really good. So they're building on that gap. And with the sprint here, they're going to claim the maximum points between the three of them, and the bunch will battle for the minor points. But as we can see, they're about to, you know, see them in the same straight as them. They're working really hard to. I think these three are going to gain a lap within the next couple of laps.
So Frankie Hall, as Jenny Hall comes over. Jenny Hall takes maximum points ahead of Frankie Hall and Kate Richardson, but it's all about the 20 points now that they want for gaining the lap, and they're sprinting it out for that 1 point behind, as Arabella Blackburn takes the 1 point in the bunch behind. So our leaders looking to try and get that lap. So Jenny Hall, Kate Richardson and Frankie Hall are in the same straight. They're looking good for the lap gain here. So we have got a little split as well. A couple of riders now getting off the front of the bunch. Charlotte Hodgkins-Byrne is one of the chasers in the gap. And if our leaders get on, the head of the race will then switch to them. But the pressure's starting to go on now a little bit on the front of the bunch. And it'll take a little while. It won't be long now. They'll start to get the pull of the bunch in front of them. You start to feel that error, that sort of drag that you'll get off the back of the group.
Yeah, a little bit of swirl as us sprinters love getting on the track after there's been a bit of a bunch training. It gives us a swirl and a bit of speed.
And we're almost there. The lap gain for Frankie Hall, Jenny Hall and Kate Richardson is almost there. 36 laps to go. One last bit of an effort and they will be on. Grace Linster and Charlotte Hodgkins-Byrne are off the front. Lap gain though for our three leaders. Frankie Hall just drops down onto the back here. So they're almost there, but not quite. You've got to pass the riders. So lap gain. So Jenny Hall and Kate Richardson are on. Frankie Hall not quite there just yet.
Yeah, Frankie seems a little bit more tired, and that effort's taken a bit more out of her. But she's about to make contact with the back of that group now, and she should be able to get in and just sit in that bunch for a bit and just recover.
Kate Richardson and Jenny Hall did the right thing here, just moving straight up through the bunch. So the bunch together. There's your sprint. So Grace Lister, Manny Leach, Lucy Nelson, Abigail Miller, they're 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. We've got at the top of the standings Kate Richardson with 32 points, Jenny Hall with 28, and in the bronze medal position at the moment is Frankie Hall. And it is what you've got to say, one of the revelations of these championships, Danielle Watkinson, who's now launched a move off the front here for Jaden Vive-Lavello. And Maddie Leach and Kate Richardson are after him. It's Kate Richardson wearing number 60 that is giving chase. But Danielle Watkinson takes maximum points with 30 laps to go. So Elodie Shaw getting up there in that sprint. But this is the moment for Danielle Watkinson. If the pressure goes out of the bunch, just keep going, persist with this effort. And you can see already quarter of a lap up.
So strong and so great at riding, isn't she? For someone that's only just come to it, she's got a real good tactical brain on her, and she just chose a really good time to make that attack. And even though she's by herself, she's making good ground.
So Danielle Watkinson, she is the front of the race. The commissaire points to her, Kate Richardson, and Maddie Leach. Maddie Leach is giving chase with Frankie Hall and Izzy Sharp. This is the two leaders. So Kate Richardson and Jenny Hall have got to be careful because Frankie Hall, very stealth-like in her, has just crept into this this front group here with Izzy Sharp and Maddie Leach. We have now one leader 3 chasers behind. So Danielle Watkinson swings up the track. The chasing group now comes through. So 5 to Watkinson, 3 to Elodie Shaw. Abigail Miller takes the 2 points. Kate Richardson taking 1. So Maddie Leach, Izzy Sharp and Frankie Hall. Danielle Watkinson unfortunately just losing a bit of a gap to our 3 leaders, but steadily just riding her way back on here. Grace Lister it is, it's on the front of the bunch. So our standings after the sprint 8, it's Kate Richardson at the top of the standings with 33, Jenny Hall with 28, Frankie Hall with 23, so it's still tight in the battle for the gold, silver and bronze medals, but our 3rd place rider, Frankie Hall of Das Hansling, has crept into this leading group. So 4 leaders, but they're not quite organised at the moment, Kadina.
No, they're not as organised as what the bunch were when there was 3 of them. They're working really well together. These guys don't seem to be as smooth. And we can see Danielle Watkinson at the back there struggling a little bit.
Frankie Hall is off in search of another 20 points in this one. Frankie Hall senses that she's got the opportunity here to try and take a 2nd lap. We said at the beginning she was the rider to watch in terms of doing just this. Frankie Hall just now opening a gap over Izzy Sharp. Maddie Leach, Izzy Sharp swings up. It's going to be up to the Life Plus Wahoo rider. 1 lap to go now into the next sprint, and Frankie Hall can put herself up there with 27 points after this sprint. Presses on at the front. Kate Richardson, our leader, is on the front of the bunch. So all of the points here, Kadina, importantly, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points are going to our breakaway.
Yeah. Frankie Hall's so strong and she's riding so well here because she's come off the front of that bunch and is riding by herself. I think the organisation of those 4 wasn't going so great, which is why maybe she's pulled off the front, but see her just swinging up there, allowing the bunch to come back to her. She just claimed those 5 points and is now back with them. We've got 19 laps left to go. We can see Jenny Hall on the front of this bunch now, thinking about pulling them back together.
Izzy Sharp, Maddie Leach, Frankie Hall, Danielle Watkinson off the front. Our 4 riders, they've still got an advantage here. We have 18 laps to go, so we have 2 sprints to come, one with 10 to go, and then all important, those double points. So if it's still tight on at the finish on that final sprint, so 10, 6, 4 and 2 points on that final sprint. Izzy Sharp senses an opportunity here. Danielle Watkinson riding up onto the wheel of the Lidl Trek rider. So 5 points separating gold and silver. Still Kate Richardson at the top of the standings in gold medal position with 33 points. Frankie Hall 2nd with 28, level with Jenny Hall. But it's Elodie Shaw that comes up here for the Alba development team. She's going to bring this one back together. And you have it 33, 28 and 28, so still super tight. But Danielle Watkinson just quite happy on the front, rides off the front here. So last 2 sprints to come. So the Jaden Vive Lavello rider on the front, Danielle Watkinson, and Kat Ferguson now just threads her way through. Kat Ferguson to launch that move off the front. And British Junior Cyclocross champion, silver medalist in the World Cyclocross Championships for juniors this year. Multiple World Cup cyclocrosses for this rider heading to Movistar. This year is Kat Ferguson. She just threaded her way through there to launch that move.
Yeah, it was another great move. Very unexpected and caught the bunch off guard.
Medalist in the World Road Race, Junior World Road Race Championships last year. She is such a talent, as well as sort of mixing the multi-disciplines as well.
Yeah.
That she can drop in and out of.
Yeah, she's obviously got a great engine, and she's just a real talent. And the fact that she can switch across is credit to her and her abilities. It's not so easy being able to transfer across different sports.
Road, track, cyclocross, doing it all. We'll get the sprint now with 10 laps to go. Jenny Hall is out of the group. She's on the front, fighting it out now with Kate Richardson. Kat Ferguson takes a glance across. If she keeps going with this one, Kat Ferguson, the sprint behind. It's Jenny Hall just gets edged out there by Karis Lloyd in the sprint, but if the pressure goes off the bunch, Elodie Shaw, though, takes it up. She's been super active throughout this one as the Alba development rider. Nicely timed move there, though, by Kat Ferguson. There's still time, maybe 8 laps to go. If you want to gain a lap, this is it. Otherwise, we're going to run out of laps. So we've got Ella Tandy on the front. So we'll just keep an eye on the front. Danielle Watkinson, unfortunately, just getting tailed off the back of the bunch under that pressure. Grace Lister now takes it up on the front here for Hess. So Grace Lister making that move with Ella Tandy of Tofoti, everyone active. We have 1 sprint left to come, 10 points for the win. Our standings going into that final sprint, so it is still super tight here. Kate Richardson at the top with 34 points ahead of there's your confirmation sprints. So Kat Ferguson, Rebecca Gardner, Jenny Hall and Kate Richardson. It's 34 for Kate Richardson. Jenny Hall second with 30. Frankie Hall in bronze with 28. It's going to come down to a straight fight between them. But where is that gold medal going? Is it going to Life Plus Wahoo? Is it going to Loughborough Lightning, or is it going to Das Hansling? He'll become Das Brother this year as they merge with that Brother LDN team. Just slightly off the front here, Esther Wong with Maddie Leach, Grace Lister moving up.
You see Jenny Hall and Frankie Hall there working together but tracking each other just to make sure, because there's only a couple of points in it, so depending on who gets these points in this next one could dictate where they come on the podium.
Well, they've got to be. Kate Richardson is the rider that you would say is out of position. Jenny Hall goes in search now of her second national title of these championships. 10, 6, 4 and 2 points on offer on the sprint. Jenny Hall makes it up to the leading group, and we'll expect Jenny Hall now to just launch it over the top with 2 laps to go. The Loughborough Lightning rider in the purple now makes her move. Frankie Hall is also off the front. Kate Richardson's got some work to do. Jenny Hall now looking for the 10 points for the final sprint. 1 lap to go this time. Jenny Hall on the front. Maddie Leach, where is Kate Richardson? Kate Richardson's got a huge amount of work to do. Jenny Hall is looking for the 10 points for that final sprint. Jenny Hall into turn 3. Is it going to be a second title of these championships for Jenny Hall of Loughborough Lightning? One last injection of pace. Takes the 10 points. That puts her on 40 points. No points scored there for Kate Richardson. What a ride. What a championships from Jenny Hall. The experience of Jenny Hall.
Absolutely really amazing riding there. Had a great championship there across, you know, solo riding and on the para on top in front of the tandem. She's done a lot of riding, got a lot of riding in her legs, and still able to come out and finish a points race like that. Is absolutely amazing to see.
Not just 1, 2 national titles.
I know, scratch and points.
Scratch and points.
She's, yeah, absolutely great championships.
And this is it. We've watched kind of Jenny Hall come through all the way through from junior years and taking 2 national titles here for Loughborough Lightning. What a chance.
Yeah, no, absolutely great riding from her.
But also those double points on that final sprint,
yeah.
You know, to be able to take that 10 points, so tight going into that final sprint there.
Yeah, she was calculating it. You could see she was tracking Frankie Hall and just seeing what she was doing, just making sure that, you know, she was covering any moves, because there were 2 points between them, so what the double points is going to make such a big difference. And Frankie Hall and Kate Richardson didn't score any points in that last one, so yeah, Jenny leapfrogs to the top. Absolutely great performance from her.
Yeah, phenomenal ride there from Jenny Hall. And you see just that last little sprint there just before she crossed the line, and her nearest competitors for that gold medal were not scoring points in that sprint. And they have it. 10 points goes to Jenny Holt. Arabella Blackburn takes 6. Lucy Glover takes 4. Elodie Shaw takes the 2. And it means that our gold, silver and bronze medals, Jenny Holt takes it with 40 points. Kate Richardson takes silver with 34. And Frankie Hall takes the bronze medal with 28 points. Arabella Blackburn, Elodie Shaw, Karis Lloyd, Maddie Leach, Kat Ferguson, Lucy Glover and Grace Lister, your top 10 riders in our women's points race.
Just one more event to go now. Going from endurance to sprints. It's going to be another exciting race. It was great to see Jenny ride there. She's worked really hard for that. I know she's been out on the road doing loads of miles, coming together with Sophie to ride well with Sophie, but then also on her solo. It's great that she can cross between the two.
Yeah, it's great. It's just shows. It also just that you could see the experience as a bunch rider. She's been national Madison champion in the past. She's been national team pursuit champ as well. But you know, you can see that instinct in the way she approached that one.
Yeah, you could see the way she was kind of calculating and knowing exactly, you know, what the points were and where she needed to be, and also seeing the opportunities to drop down and just, you know, take a lap or, you know, just be able to get off the front. She's so instinctive and just knows where everyone is and, you know, when to go, which is something that's actually really hard to coach an athlete. We saw Danielle Watkinson obviously riding really well there and really strong at points, but then you can see that little bit of a lack of experience for her, but such a talent for the future. We can expect to see her in the next few years, and she might be, you know, top of the podium come this time next year when we've got the next national championships.
You never know, because if you're 6 bunch races in a national points race final and still have that confidence to launch off the front, and there's skills and techniques and everything that will come into her riding. You know, she was saying, you know, getting out the saddle and having that, you know, that confidence to really flow and fly on the track, which is kind of what you kind of do, don't you?
Yeah, most definitely. That's it. Like, so yeah, she had that confidence, and you could just see, unlike Jenny, she just had that little bit of a lack of experience. But, you know, the skills that Jenny's got, she's, you know, had those over the years that she's been here, and we're gonna see, you know, Danielle pick up those skills. You know, like I say, 6 races in, and the majority of them have been here. So when she gives us a few more, we're gonna see, what she's really capable of. It'll be interesting to see, you know, who's like spotted her here and who's thinking, oh, she can be the next, you know, big thing, and he's, you know, helping out with the coaching and stuff.
And you look at Jaden Vive-Lavello, you know, Jenny Holt raced for Jaden Vive-Lavello, and Victoria Holt does a great job as well in that team. They've been such a talent, you know, Emma Jeffers we've seen racing in the Tour Series for them as well. But Jaden Vive-Lavello, Victoria's always had such a skill of picking up riders that have got that talent. Yeah,
you can see that, obviously. Good at picking the ones that are built for the future. So yeah, it'll be great to see how she translates this talent, this raw talent that we can see right now.
We don't want it to come to an end, but the last race of these championships, well, what a way to finish. We have the 7 to 12 ride-off for the men's Keirin, and we are going to see in action from ESV Manchester. Wearing number 3 is Oliver Alul. He's at the top of the track. Then you have William Munday in there for the Glasgow Track Racing Club. We have in the silver and whites from Enhanced is Bo Mayer. In there for the Team Inspired, Harry Radford. You have Edward Baker from the University of Bath. And another one of our young stars and finds of these championships is Archie Gill of Otley CC. This is the final for the 7th to 12th places. The Keirin, 6 laps of the track behind the Derny. You can see Archie Gill there just flexing his arms and just getting ready for this one. This would be a good fight.
Yeah, no, it's both Archie and Edward Baker have had some good rides, so it'll be interesting to see how they go together.
And we've got 2 completely different contrasts of riders in first and second behind the Derny. You've got Edward Baker, with his mind-blowingly big gear that he just rolls, and then you've got the youngster who's just got he's all natural speed and snap and swagger, isn't he?
Yeah, it's power versus cadence, isn't it? And we can see Harry Radford just laying off there a little bit, maybe leaving a gap, you know, just having some room to manoeuvre.
Bo Mayer of Enhanced as Archie Gill starts to look around. Just starting to check out where everybody is. Want to lead this one from the front. 3 laps to go this time, so it's Archie Baker on the front. Archie Gill, rather, from Edward Baker. Edward Baker riding up onto the wheel here of Archie Gill. Bo Mayer moving up here for Enhanced. They'll see 2 laps to go this time. The Otley CC rider out of the saddle on the front. Here comes Harry Radford from Team Inspired around the outside. He'll want to try and take this one. Archie Gill out of the saddle, kicks on at the front. They'll see 1 lap to go this time. Archie Gill's going to lead into the last lap. Huge turn on the front from the young Otley rider into that back straight. Oliver Alul trying to come over the top. And Will Monday through. Oliver Alul and Will Monday. Oliver Alul comes through to take it for the local team. He takes the 7th place final. And Will Monday and Archie Gill up there. We've got, it's been a championships of talent emergence, you would say. Great to see Archie Gill just waving to what has been a pretty much capacity crowd here this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's great to have a full track, full stadium. One, it makes it warmer, which makes the track quicker, but you know, just that roar of the crowd really helps you to push on.
And it does make the heat and in the velodrome, it makes a huge difference, doesn't it, to the air pressure and the speed?
Yeah, most definitely. I always find it so bizarre, and it took me a while to kind of get my head around the fact that, you know, temperature, air pressure, like, it all makes it a big, you know, impact on performance. But yeah, the heat in here, it always gets cranked up, you know, for race days, because it really does help the speed of the air and the track.
Right, our final race of the championships, and what a way to finish. If you're a Keirin fan, you're in for a treat. There's your 7 to 12 standings. Oliver Alul takes it from Will Monday, Archie Gill, Edward Baker, Bo Mayer and Harry Radford. Now it's all about the national title. It's all about the battle for the gold medal.
See Helen Scott pushing Pete Mitchell up there. He's already got the sprint title. Is he gonna claim the Keirin title here, or are one of these other riders gonna take it from him?
So up onto the track we have Lyle Craig. He's wearing number 21. At the top of the track, you've got Peter Mitchell from Black Line Racing. You've got Harry Ledingham-Horn from Team Inspired. Harvey McNaughton in the red of the Wales Racing Academy. You have Hayden Norris of Team Inspired. He is at the bottom of the track. Niall Monks from the Glasgow Track Racing Club. And if you want to look closely, Niall Monks, third on the line. He has the Dolan bike, and his teammate, Lyle Craig, is on a Look bike. Both riders have black helmets for the Glasgow Track Racing Club. Oh, it's all on the line here now, Kadina.
Yeah. See Pete Mitchell that's lurking at the back. He's there.
5 laps to go. Final race. Hayden Norris tucked down on the back of the Derny. Harvey McNaughton from the Wales Racing Academy. Just looking back over the shoulder. This is going to be a big battle. We don't call them the gladiators of the boards for nothing, our track sprinters. And everything on the line here, the British Championship title, the gold medal. Still Norris on the back of the bike. The Derny accelerates and will swing off this time. Everyone now, Kadina, just starting to jockey for position.
Yeah.
We swing off. Hayden Norris now on the front. 3 laps to go. Harvey McNaughton in second wheel, looking around. Niall Monk's third wheel.
No one really wanting to take it on at this point.
They know what Mitchell can do. Here he comes over the top. Can the comeback king spring the surprise here in the Keirin? They now start to move up. Hayden Norris still on the front. Mitchell gets thrown a little bit high. Harvey McNaughton for Wales trying to come through. 1 lap to go this time. It's still Hayden Norris on the front. Harvey McNaughton trying to come the long way round here for Wales into the back straight. Just marginally edging clear is Harvey McNaughton. Hayden Norris on the inside into the home straight. And they come over the top, throw the bike to the line. Photo, Niall Monk's coming over the top on the outside. Harvey McNaughton and Hayden Norris. Photo finish, I think, in that one. We'll wait for confirmation. They got the charge to the line. What
Such a great
finish.
race, that.
We'll see on the finish line.
That's what you want. You want it to be close. And for them to be all, you know, eyeballs out. You saw Pete launch that early attack and everyone just kind of went with it and no one was letting it go.
They were not letting him take that one as well.
No. Hayden was holding that inside line. I think he may have just nicked it, but we will see.
Yeah, and it was, what a line he took. You know, it was a really, really solid ride. Really bossed that inside position, was not giving it up.
Yeah, no, he started in that #1 position and didn't want to let go. So we'll see if he managed to hold on.
So they're waiting for confirmation. It was a 3-up drag race to the line for the British title, the final championship gold medal. We'll have a little replay. We'll see if we can see it right on the line. And you saw it, Hayden Norris there, just had that #1 position on the back of the Derny. He held that inside line. He was not giving it up at all. Down the back straight, Harvey McNaughton got his nose in front momentarily. Niall Monk's coming over the top. Let's have a look at the line and the throw. Oh, I think Hayden Norris has managed to take that one.
I think he might have held on to it.
Yeah, it looked good in that sprint there for Hayden Norris. When you looked at that angle, it was he just looks like he got it. We'll wait for confirmation. But what a final. And the Keirin, what a way to finish it off.
Yeah, great race to end on. And you can see it was close. Great from, was it Craig Lyle that was coming over the top? Craig? Oh, it was Niall Monks who's managed to get second. So yeah, Hayden did hold on to that top spot, which is great to see. Really well done from him.
There's the photo finish.
How close it was.
And there we'll give you confirmation. Our title goes to Hayden Norris by a whisker. Niall Monk's taking the silver. Harvey McNaughton taking the bronze medal. But a fabulous way to end this one, and a Keirin title. There's confirmation of your result. Hayden Norris takes it from Niall Monk's Harvey McNaughton. You've got Lyle Craig there. What a finish. So Justin Grace moving on from British cycling. A big moment for him as well to see Hayden get that one.
Oh, I think he's crying. It's a nice way for him to end his career here with British cycling. He's been here for so long. He's part of the building and he's done so much for us. Worked with the boys for the last couple of months, maybe a year or so, but prior to that, you know, he's been such a big part of the team, even heading out to Rio and everything he did while he needed his surgery. So yeah, I can see why he got emotional, but you know, having a rider win like that as his final kind of national champs will be such a moment for him.
Yeah, it's brilliant. We have 3 medal ceremonies to come, and for those I'll hand you over to Cole Lawrenson. I got to thank Kadina for her company throughout the day today. It's such a big year for you. You know, you got to get over that injury, but you know, what's next for you?
Yeah, so I've got the World Championships, so yeah, hoping to just tick off a box. It would be really nice to stand on top of the podium again and defend my title for a 3rd year. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I know, like, obviously I've had the injury, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, then on to, I mean, I'm still trying to qualify for athletics as well. So I've got a few athletics competitions coming up. Got my first one in April after having 2 or 3 years out. And then, yeah, obviously we've got the games in the summer where I will try to do the double again.
And how much of a pressure is it to try and mix the two things?
I mean, the pressure is the fact that everyone wants me to just do one. So everyone is trying to convince me to just do cycling, but I'm not quite ready to let go of athletics yet. And it does make it challenging, like, you know, there are obviously more risks of injury in athletics, but just getting the balancing act right, knowing when to pull back, knowing when to push on. I've picked up injuries. The injury I picked up was a niggle, and then which I did in athletics, then I came to cycling and made it worse in cycling. So it's knowing how to, you know, when to push on, when to pull back. But as always, with us being, you know, so close to the games, you always want to continue the training and don't want to stop. So sometimes it just needs a firm hand to tell me no.
And as part of the paracycling team, is there anyone that we should be, who are we watching out for, some of the up-and-comers?
Archie is a great talent. Obviously, we saw him in Glasgow last year go out and win the scratch race. So he's a great talent that's come through. We've also got Sam Ruddock, who's now really focusing on the pursuit, which could be a great opportunity for him. Who else is there? I feel like the majority of us are oldies.
We're going to hand you over to Carl Lawrenson for our victory ceremony, and we'll be back to say goodbye.
Thank you.
The medals and gifts will be presented by CEO of British Cycling, John Dutton OBE. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Das Hansling Bikes, Frankie Hall. Winner of the silver medal, representing Life Plus Wahoo, Kate Richardson. Winner of the gold medal and national track champion, representing Loughborough Lightning, Jenny Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 British Cycling National Track Championships, Women's Team Sprint. The medals and gifts will be presented by our competition winners from Wolverhampton Wheelers, Mika and Ione Johnson-Hayward. Winners of the silver medal, Team Inspired, Rhiannon Edmonds, Ayana Moore, Rihanna Paris-Smith. Winners of the gold medal and national track champions, Inspire, Georgette Rand, Millicent Tanner, Sophie Capel, Emma Finucane. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the 2024 British Cycling National Track Championships. Men's Keirin. The medals and gifts will be presented by British Cycling President Bob Howden OBE. Winner of the bronze medal representing Wales Racing Academy, Harvey McNaughton. Winner of the silver medal representing Glasgow Track Racing Club, Niall Monks. Winner of the gold medal and national track champion representing Team Inspired, Hayden Norris. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists.
That is it from our live coverage of the British Cycling Track and National Championships. What a phenomenal 3 days of action. Thank you for your company. Thanks for joining us. And a huge thank you to Charlene Jones, Carl Lawrenson, Kadina Cox. I have been Marty McDonald. Make sure you check it out, britishcycling.org.uk if you want to get involved. Thanks for your company. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.
I am Sajjad and I am limitless. I love cycling because it gives me the platform to compete against my peers at the same level and give me the chance to explore places I wouldn't normally go to. If you haven't picked up your bike in a long time, go up and pick it up. The euphoria and the great feeling that you'll get and the freedom you'll feel is just one of a kind. Introducing Limitless, the British Cycling, Disability and Paracycling program. More clubs, more facilities, more opportunities for disabled riders.
Most of us have been brought up with the idea that we live in a society that's got to protect us when things go wrong. And it's a real hard landing when people realise that they're not going to get the kind of support that they had always assumed was there for them. Lee Day was always set up to take on David and Goliath kind of battles, and we're all really keen to provide as much help as we can to those who need it.